choke you into getting your shit organized.
I don't like organization. Anyways,
Well,
Alec, I sent you
back.
another thing that would be useful to you. Talk about something.
Okay, Christian.
If you hear my, if I was chewing, I was trying to be quiet, but I'm chewing sweet tarts.
Love me sweet tarts.
I'm limited on my candy intake because my teeth are not what they used to be.
I don't eat a lot of candy personally. The thing is, these days I'm pretty much limited to pre-workout and protein bars if I want, and protein shake if I want
Alex,
anything.
I just had a
that's
really
fair.
Alex. Hang on.
I need to get in shape.
I make
just
sure
had a
to have
really-
them like on cheat days.
Alex, I just had a really funny idea.
Shoot.
Okay, you know how Hanson pulled out a real gun on stream?
Oh
Hassan.
God, Hassan Piker
Hassan Piker.
pulled a fucking gun on stream and
Yeah,
it's
so-
not banned.
Can
Yeah.
we have a Batman gun in the middle of the stream with no explanation? Like a PNG of a Batman pistol?
So Ben, I was planning on doing a bit where I pull out one of my guitars and I threaten an airsoft gun that I have with it and say, "Hey, I'm threatening gun with an axe." But then I thought that would be, well, I thought that would be a little bit difficult to organize. Now that we're live, hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, or welcome to, or this is the Mehcast's pre-Superman panel, where we talk about
July special.
Yeah, 4th of July special, where a bunch of nerds talk about Superman that's coming out next week, rather than spending time with our families.
Yeah,
Yep.
fuck family. No, I'm joking. I had to work all day, so I don't have time to find a way to get to them, and they're really far out. They really should make it like paid off for any work.
It really should. Yeah, this is one of those days that really should be a federal holiday. I had to go into work
It
today.
should.
There's few days that should be like that. Thanksgiving, obviously, Christmas, 4th of July, whatever holiday should have like paid time. That's not what we're fucking discussing today. What are we doing?
Yeah,
we're talking about. So, I gotta turn my amp off and put away the guitar because I can't run a whole stream while I'm playing Superman on the guitar. I kind of wish that I'd been recording the little practice runs that I did earlier, because some of those were better than the ones I did while we were live.
You did good work.
But the point
You did good
was that I'm just a guy who taught himself how to play guitar. I have an amp, not super expensive. I have a mic, also not super expensive, and I have a guitar, also not super expensive. And all of that probably costs less than the computer that they use to sequence the horrible new Superman theme on.
Yeah.
And as somebody who likes and plays electric guitar, I have strong opinions about how that sounds. Because if you tell me that what's the guy who did that? It's John something or other, right?
It's John Murphy.
Williams?
John Murphy.
Oh, you're talking about the...
Yeah, Murphy.
Okay,
Well,
no,
If
the
but you meant like the original.
Yeah. So if somebody were to tell me that John Murphy's version of John Williams' Superman March was actually played on a guitar, I'll just give you a nice round of applause, because that is the worst I've ever heard a real guitar sound in a very long time. It doesn't sound like it was run through actual hardware or even an amp sim.
So what I
Sounds
thought
like Brandon
initially-
Yates went on a coke binge and then decided to drink a 12-pack of beer.
It
Dude,
sounds
Brandon
like
Yates
the
is
FL
awesome.
Studio.
Brandon Yates
Dude, Brandon Yates could do a better
much
Superman
better
theme.
with a box of scraps.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it sounds about as good as the cover that I made of the Superman March in a bootleg copy of FL Studio 9.
Well, so when
So,
I first saw that official trailer, that teaser trailer, back in December, I was under the impression that they were going to use the 30-second clip theme. That was the one that goes. Uh, yeah, yeah, like. But then when I heard the guitar theme in the first teaser trailer, I was a little put off because I'm like, okay, I don't think this works. Like, I don't think this works, and it doesn't set the vibe. Like, does it go along with the visuals? Yes, but I don't think that they needed this to be in the teaser. Probably because if that's going to be the theme song rendition, I think it needs another pass. But then when we actually got the proper song that was composed by John and supposedly two other people who came in to also do additional composing, it sounded way better. So I'm questioning now, why did they use a amateur electric guitar version of the John Williams March for the very first teaser trailer?
So there's a couple of things about that. So there's a couple of things about that. One, the music that they're using, as far as I'm able to tell, throughout the music that they're using throughout the Superman marketing is all the same track. It's just that they're playing different sections of it depending on where they are, which again leads you to wonder, why are they using this amateur hour fake electric guitar sound in it? Because in lieu of double tracking my guitars, sometimes I use the DI input that I take from a Y splitter, take that into my interface, and I run that through an amp sim. I have really good free amp sims that I've gotten from through free open source software, free things like the Fluff 5150 clone that's available all through Amped Roots. That's a really good amp sim, and you can run MIDI guitar through amp sims and make it sound good. Now we have to bring up, this is going to be one of those panels where we constantly bring up the Superman movies of the past here. Let me just change that so that our eyes are not bleeding.
2, 3, 4 Returns.
My eyes!
Man of Steel, BBS.
We're going to be bringing up those films constantly. The first teaser for Man of Steel used a song from Lord of the Rings rather than something that Hans Zimmer and Junkie XL slapped together in 2 minutes. And
because it was a temp track. And then you go all the way back to Superman Returns, which, by the way, in my opinion, Superman Returns has the greatest teaser trailer of all time.
Superman Returns has one of the best teasers I've ever goddamn seen. That sold me on that movie. It's that teaser alone is the reason why I have a Superman Returns belt and several Superman Returns action figures.
Yes, and because it was meant to sell you that this is a equal to the Donner universe, but also at the same time a soft reboot of sorts. Singer wanted to have it be shown right away that, okay, how do I convince people what this is? Well, okay, I basically have clips that have not been fully colorized. This is them raw, and I'm setting all the footage that I have so far set to the Krypton mark from the opening of Dick Donner's film. And then
that one.
And then
one
also
of my favorite tracks in the entire soundtrack.
Mine too. I love the Krypton march. It's fantastic.
I love how it's John Debney. John Debney did the Superman Returns music, right?
No, that was John Oderman.
John Oderman. And so there are too many people named John in the world. We need to figure out what's going on and put a limit to that for now.
Oderman's score for Superman Returns is by far one of my favorites because it sounds like it's a contemporary mix of his style and what I would describe as an 80s John Williams style.
Right.
It has that perfect Dick Donner's sound that it makes it feel like it is from that universe.
Yes, it's not.
Agreed.
It's not one of those things where they just hired some guy to recreate the music. Kind of like
No.
the last Pirates of the Caribbean film, where it's kind of in places.
Yeah.
Dun.
Yeah,
I
and
want.
then Man of Steel soundtrack. I like several cues and tracks from Man of Steel soundtrack, but it's a unique soundtrack of its own, and
Yeah.
it gets the point across. That and then
It's my personal favorite.
and
Oh,
then okay,
Enough.
track-
It's iconic enough.
the soundtrack for Jimmy Pew Pew Superman is not out as we're doing this. I'm predicting it's probably going to come out sometime next Monday or Tuesday because WB has a tendency of releasing the soundtrack to one of their properties before it drops to kind of give people
Yeah, they
an
tend
idea
to.
of what
So
it's
one
going
of
to
the
sound
things, yeah, so one of the things that used to happen quite frequently was that you would get soundtracks released ahead of the movie to promote the film. You would also get
like.
you would also get movie novelizations released either ahead of or near the same time as the film. That started changing all around 2015, around the time that The Force Awakens' entire plot leaked in the form of a EPUB or a PDF version of the movie novelization done by, I believe it was Alan Dean Foster.
Yeah,
used to be
and-
that movie novelizations weren't circulated all that well. They were just things that hardcore fans would pick up. But I've liked a
they're
lot
not.
of them over the years, and yeah. So nowadays they either don't happen, or they wind up being released like 6 months to a year after the movie does.
Yes, and I have noticed that there is a junior. Warner Brothers has started bringing it back. I believe this started with the Batman, Matt Reeves' Batman movie, where
Batman had an awesome soundtrack release too. The fact that it's
Oh, yeah,
available
no.
on CD is amazing. And guess what movie
Yeah.
they didn't put out on
Vinyl, which is a
CD?
surprise.
yeah, no, but it's like
Guess what movie they put out on vinyl but not CD?
the Batman.
No, you can't get Junkie XL's score for Justice League on CD. You can only get it on vinyl.
Fucking why?
Well, that is
Why in the
stupid.
mother of God is that stuck on vinyl?
Because vinyl is slowly but surely coming back into.
It's
Well, that, I know that, but
It's
why
like a
is
zombie,
Justice League not?
Yeah.
Yeah, but unlike a zombie, people are sucking its nutsack, thinking that it's better than CD, just because
Right.
it's vinyl though. Yeah,
Well,
but
it's
CD's
okay,
right there.
Here-
But
here's
vinyl.
the thing, though. Here's the thing. So, my whole thing with John Murphy's Superman score is that it has not been fully published, and
Yes.
we're only hearing his main theme, and that's very concerning to me as
Right.
somebody who loves soundtracks, because like, okay, look, I get it, but you want to show, and you want to have it be known that this movie is going to pay tribute to John Williams' work by giving us a modern rendition of that song. That I have no problem with, but then I'm concerned that they haven't started releasing any tracks for the characters. Like, we haven't
Right.
heard what Clark Kent's theme sounds like, what Lois Lane's theme sounds like. We haven't heard what Lex Luthor's theme. Now, we do know, because James Gunn, in promotion of this film, had to put together a Spotify list.
Yeah, that was something I was
based-
pulling
Oh
up.
God.
Yeah, so
Yes,
I've
based
got
off of.
I've got the
He
Spotify
had-
playlists pulled up here.
Yes, he created a Spotify playlist based off of the characters in the film and what they would listen to.
Yes.
Huh.
So
I always found those odd.
So we have here our Clark Kent Spotify playlist. We have The Middle by Jimmy Eat World, Dear Maria Count Me In by All Time Low, Shake It Out by Florence and the Machine, for Nancy because it already is, by Pete Yorn. I'm Not Down remastered by The Clash. You Get What You Give by the New Radicals. Don't Stop Believin' by Journey.
Makes
San
sense.
Francisco by the Mowglis. The Underdog by Spoon. Our Level Change the World by Outrageous Cherry. And then that's, Don't Stop Believin'. I get it.
I believe Clark would listen to.
Kind of a little on the nose, don't you think? Though
it's a little on the nose, but it is something country bumpkin like Clark would listen to.
Well,
but
I don't. Why not?
The middle is an interesting choice.
Yeah, that's an odd choice. The rest of these, like I know about All Time Low, but I haven't listened to them much. Florence and the Machine, obviously. I know the Clash are those guys who drink iced tea on stage. No, I'm kidding. I know about the Clash. They're good. I like this selection, but it's like I liked the soundtrack selection for Peacemaker too. James Gunn and I have very similar tastes in music, and our avatars are frozen over on. Okay, there we go. James Gunn and I have very similar tastes in music, so I'm going to see a bunch of things that I like pop up on here, and I'm hoping that none of this winds up in the film.
Right, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, here's the thing. Why hasn't the soundtrack been more prominently advertised? Because if you go again, I hate to use Matt Reeves as a comparison, but WB and Matt Reeves came up with a brilliant decision. I believe like a couple of weeks before the film came out, we got 3 music themes from the soundtrack for 3 characters.
There were 3 singles released from the soundtrack. It was kind of like with Junkie XL's Justice League soundtrack. They released Batman. They released the main Justice League theme, which is the crew at War Power or something. I think it's something at War Power, and which is the main Justice League theme for the movie, which incorporates Lolita Ritmanis's Justice League Unlimited leitmotif. Which I think Junkie XL did a way better job with incorporating Justice League music into his score than we've seen so far. Granted, we have only seen the one track, but
yeah, but the point still stands. Like, WB and James Gunn need to be getting this soundtrack out, and they need to be promoting it, because
we can also contrast
Superman
this
soundtrack is important.
Yeah, we can contrast this with Guardians of the Galaxy, because Guardians of the Galaxy Awesome Mix, volumes 1, 2, and 3, this right here, what we've got here is somewhat the equivalent of that, and we're looking at something that's not what I'd call a great, it's a lot of music. It's not what I'd call a great piece of marketing. Why does the engineer have her own playlist? She's a minor character at best.
To me, it just feels desperate. Like, oh, look at all the music they have. Aren't they relatable? Why the fuck does the engineer have a playlist?
I'm somewhat encouraged. I'm somewhat encouraged by a lack of Superman by The Ides of March, Superman by 5 for Fighting, and Kryptonite by 3 Doors Down. But at the same time, I'm also discouraged by the lack of Save Me by Remy Zero, Rescue Me by Y&T, or there's a bunch of other music that I kind of associate with
Superman.
With Superman as well. Like hell.
Well, you have to keep in mind.
Throw Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls in here, or Name by the Goo Goo Dolls, because both of those would fit.
Another thing we have to. So okay, we brought up the marketing, and I think that's a great transition as we could get, because this is what kind of sparked this whole video idea we had last week.
Right.
The marketing for this movie. Now, granted, I'm one of 2 people here who is actually very excited for this film, and I want it to be good. I am optimistic. Yes, I want it to be good. I don't want it to be a masterpiece. I want it to be a good Superman film, because, quite frankly, Superman films have always been under the shadow of the guy in the cowl. Yes, and
Batman.
We are always looking for Superman to be used in today's media to remind us what he is and why he shouldn't be overlooked. And films and TV has been the primary source of that for as long as I can remember.
So we going back to the 1950s.
I find that odd, though. Don't you think
actually.
that only television is the place to go when you want to get some Superman fixed? Because it's kind of, don't you think it's video games, comics, which is a given because Superman comics, it's a given. It's obvious, but also TV is kind of odd that 2 out of those 3 you actually know that Superman's gonna be given it all in terms of quality. Well, disregarding comics, because even back then they were hit and miss, depending who was writing. But because like with video games, he's been knocking out of the park. Yeah, even we had some Superman 64s.
Batman has.
Well, no. Batman sure has. Well, Batman obviously been, but Superman has been knocking out of the door with video games. I think so because, sure. Sure. Look, okay, I'm going to get out of the way right now. We're not going to be talking about low hanging fruit like Superman 64 and Superman on NES. I will be talking about how good Superman the Superman Returns game is actually decent.
I was going to say Superman Returns for the Xbox. That was a pretty good game.
Yeah, that was
because that one was pretty good, and it's actually
but that was almost 20 years ago.
Right.
No, but after that though, there was also
hang on, guys.
before. I'm getting to it. Like there's also Superman. There's also the Superman arcades, the Doomsday Superman, which I know was like 20 or so years ago, but still, there was also
30,
Injustice.
but yes.
Well, sure. There's also Injustice 1 and 2. Injustice 1 and 2 were pretty good. You have to admit, despite the animation quality, when it came to combat, they were still selling out. How many of you actually wanted to get the game because you saw evil Superman in video game form or the guest characters? Superman was still the main focal point.
I love how Injustice keeps coming up on this channel.
Yeah. And
but Superman was the focal point for both games, and it's still like both of them sold like gangbusters, and people are still waiting for the third one. And as much as it got a lot of flack back in the day, Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe was goofy. But people still like it to this day because of how goofy.
But I don't attribute that to a
but it had Superman right on the front cover. Sure, the teaser trailer had Batman, but Superman was still one of the main guys you played as well as fought against.
Now, Gizmo, I'm going to say something. I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, I don't think that you can argue because let's think about. It's almost 20 years since the last solo Superman game, not a Justice League game, not a crossover game, and not something that was, something that was 3D
I forgot to mention the Superman prototype game on PlayStation. That we technically don't count that that was never released.
Superman X, which is the PSX version of Superman 64.
Yeah, but no. Back to your point, Alex. Go on.
Yeah, so I understand where you're coming from, Gizmo. I understand the point that you're trying to make here. 19 years since Superman Returns for the Xbox and whatever other consoles it was on that, compared to 4 awesome Arkham games, technically 5 if we count Blackgate, compared to we'll say 1.5 good Spider-Man games plus the movie tie-ins, plus the various
What are you talking about? There's been a bunch of good Spider-Man games.
Well, I was going to say plus the various movie tie-ins and like Edge of Tomorrow, or not Edge of Tomorrow, Edge
Maximum
of Time.
Carnage, Separation Anxiety,
Maximum
the
Carnage.
GBA titles, PlayStation 1 titles.
Spider-Man has had like one really bad game recently, and then there's like the... No, I was talking about Spider-Man 2 for the PS5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
Spider-Man 3 wasn't recent, but yeah. But what I was trying to say is that Superman doesn't have a great solo track record for games. Now, I will say, Bender, you were 110% correct when you say that Superman has a much better track record on television than he does almost anywhere else. Because
find that weird,
going
man.
back, the George Reeves series, that on television, hell, he had a great
Smallville.
track record. That was my next point. He had a great track record on radio, more so than he did on film. There were 2 films, and the radio series kept going. There was the theatrical cartoons, but the big things were, or there was the TV show back in the 50s. Then, and after George Reeves' death, I won't say one way or the other what it was, because I don't.
People
think
still don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say people still don't know. Then Batman took over for a little bit on TV, but then along came the late '80s, and you had the Superboy TV show. There was supposed to be a Christopher Reeve Superman TV show, but we know how that ended. And then then you had
Lois and Clark.
And then you had Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, and Superman the Animated Series, and then along comes Smallville. And now
wait. There was a cartoon. There was a Superman cartoon before that one.
Yeah, there was a Superman Filmation cartoon, wasn't there?
The Fleischer one.
The Ken Ruby series.
No, I was talking about the Ruby. Yeah, I was talking about the Ruby Spears. I already brought up the Max Fleischer cartoons. Yeah, but now I can just look over here at my shelf and say, so if we look over at Smallville, which is right next to Gotham on my shelf, Smallville is over double the width of Gotham on that shelf. That tells you something about
fun
how
fact.
much
They were going to release
to put
a
up with
Fleischer skin for Superman in
man.
Multiverses, but you know how that turned out.
The game,
can I mention something? Hang on, there's something I wanted to mention. I've been waiting.
Yeah, go ahead.
We talked about Superman Soul entries. He almost had 2 great games that got swept away from us. Do you guys remember Factor 7?
What?
They were the guys who made Star Wars Rogue Squadron on the GameCube.
Okay, yes, I know that.
They were making a Superman Returns game. It was going to be
what the fuck?
Kind of structured like Returns, where it was like more of a general story where it's just random things happen and Superman reacts to it.
Well, I mean, the way the Rogue Squadron format works, that makes sense, because each Rogue Squadron level is a different encounter in the Star Wars history.
It was going to have instructable environments. You'd be able to smash through the buildings, fight Doomsday, and all the other general stuff.
I can only guess that they're way over their heads, because this is a GameCube game after all.
No, it was on PS3 and Xbox 360.
Either way,
it was
something like that. I think would have been great as a PC exclusive, considering how far they wanted to take it. From the sounds of it,
depending on it depends on how big the levels were going to be.
I believe for 2 reasons. The first was that Returns failed, and then the market crash. Which killed a lot of games.
So
now
something else. Killed the Flash game.
There's the second Eon.
There's
a second game that never got put into production. That's Rocksteady's Superman game.
Yeah, of course.
Pretty heavily in Arkham Knight.
I would have fucking killed to play that game, and now it's never going to happen.
Same here, man.
Yeah, and then Warner Brothers wanted the Suicide Squad game, so we're never going to see that.
No, we're not.
No, we're never going to see that.
We're never going to see a good Superman game.
The next thing I was going to point out, Bender, was that the better relationship that Superman has with TV extends than Batman extends to their distaff counterparts. Because the Supergirl TV show went for, what was it, 8 seasons?
God.
5 seasons.
5. Okay, it went for 5 seasons.
And you're thinking of the Flash.
Batwoman got 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
technically she got 1.
Technically she got 1, and then they replaced her with an original character, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and
if
you combine Supergirl with Superman and Lois, that's 9 seasons right there. That's almost the same length as Smallville, because Smallville was 10 seasons, right?
Yes, Smallville was 10 seasons. And then you now factor in My Adventures with Superman, which is his first solo cartoon in the first time in over 26 years, because there were multiple solo Superman. Yes, because there were multiple Superman cartoons that were in development from different people. Like Gendy Tartakovsky wanted to do his Superman cartoon. there was a writer and artist who wanted to do his Superman cartoon based off of the Kent family, have guest appearances by Steel, Steel's daughter. Damian would be a recurring character. There were ideas on how to bring Superman back into cartoons, but
Damian, by the way, for the record, Damian Wayne, not Damian from The Omen.
Yes, right. Damian Wayne. And so my point that I'm driving at here is that the marketing for this movie has had a lot of ground to cover, because you have to understand Superman has been around for almost 90 years, and the character has only been prevalent in TV more than he has movies, because he had like if you go all the way back to the 40s and 50s, he's got about like 60 years worth of TV more than he does film.
Right. The films are stop and start. There were the 2 Kirk Allen films, and then there was a big gap, and then it goes to the George Reeve movie, which was the pilot for the TV show. Then there's the big gap between, there's like a 27-year gap between then and the Richard Donner films. And then there's Superman 4, and it's dead. And then there are a whole bunch of dead projects between Superman 4 and Superman Returns. And then there's a whole canceled Justice League movie between Returns and Man of Steel.
A film that got killed by the writers'
lab accident here.
Yes, and the point is that this marketing, and this is where our video came from, is that I've recently been telling these guys that the marketing for this movie has not been good compared to, I guess, Superman marketings, because Superman Returns had one of the biggest marketing pushes of its time, because it was the first Superman movie to come back.
In some territories.
Yeah, in some territories. But now you look at Superman, James Gunn's Superman, this movie, the extensive marketing that it has been compiled into a Dairy Queen / Carl's Jr. food promotion.
Oh yeah, let me pull up the Carl's Jr. promotion here, because this is fucking embarrassing. This is,
I don't know, man. That doesn't really sound all that hokey.
No.
Yeah,
dude, get into the stream here. Look at this shit.
You want to know something more, Alex? You want to know something more embarrassing? They have a toy line with Burger King exclusive in Mexico.
So, Gizmo, the new Addams Family movie, right? They had a purple Whopper for Burger King, right?
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
You could go there. I went there and I said, "Hey, can I get an Impossible Whopper on that thing?" And they said, "Sure." And they gave it to me, and it's like, it's a big purple Addams Family burger.
I brought this up too. I was the one who brought this up. How to Train Your Dragon, the new live action How to Train Your Dragon movie has a meal with Burger King. And it's an orange Whopper bun. Yeah, it's the same as a Whopper, but it's an orange bun. And then you also
fucking miss that.
Imagine if Superman had a blue and red burger at Burger King.
That would have been cool. Or maybe they had an exclusive shake.
Or just a blue bun. Yeah, because, the How to Train Your Dragon meal comes with a Whopper with an orange bun. It comes with a chocolate milkshake. It comes with fiery mozzarella sticks, and
also that sounds good.
An exclusive How to Train Your Dragon glass with pink lemonade.
Okay, let me look this up here, because I'm gonna pull up.
And then pull up the DQ Superman meal, and then you contrast that with the Dairy Queen.
Okay, here we are. Here we are on the official Dairy Queen website. Here is the Superman cake batter cookie dough blizzard treat.
You wouldn't even be able to tell.
What the fuck is Superman about this?
Blue and cold.
But the rest of the packaging is blue too. Let's
They
just
could have
no, it
added
is.
some red to it.
Here's the image. Here's the image
Yes,
of the Superman meal. Here's a
yes,
Superman
this is
cup
the-
with Blizzard on it. Same thing.
You know what they
Here's
could have
the
done
Superman.
here? You know what they could have done here? They could have made a. You know that password of that password. You know that password Superman has with his Pa and Ma Kent when they want to give the okay signal. Beef bourguignon with ketchup. They could have made a beef bourguignon burger that was big as hell.
I also sent
and you could have just
Alex-
called that the Superman special or the bourguignon special.
Okay,
I
so
also
here's
sent Alex
something.
Fans would have known immediately what that referenced.
Yeah, I've got that here.
Yeah, but-
So here's something that they can do. So you can use beet juice to color meat patties and veggie patties and whatnot, so that they look red. Soak the patty in I'm trying to get this. Okay, so that one's really low res, but I think I got one right here. Or this is essentially it. No, that's fine.
Yes.
So what you can do, get like, you can use the beet juice in the burger to make that red. Make the bun blue, and then serve it with cheese, and that is the Superman burger right there.
Yeah, no, because I love Dairy Queen. I'm not knocking Dairy Queen, but when your movie is advertising with Dairy Queen, that's essentially when you know you've hit the low seat bottom of your marketing.
Why specifically Dairy Queen?
I don't know.
That's a very good question.
But
Maybe...
no. Here's the irony. A long time ago, I'm pretty sure there was a time. A long time ago, yes, 20 years ago, I'm positive, Superman Returns did have a food tie-in with Burger King. You're telling me?
I believe so. Superman Returns.
Oh, but seriously,
King.
the craziest thing, and I mentioned this earlier, is that the new Superman is having a promotion with Burger King, but only in Mexico, as far as I'm aware.
Yes,
So
but
here-
that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so here's a Superman Returns Superman doll.
Yes.
Flying Superman.
That's
Don't know
cool.
what.
Here's the whole thing. It's because it's, obviously it's from way back when, and so so we have a power stopwatch, which I'm 90%
I had
sure
one
is
of
the
those.
Spider-Man. Yeah, I had the Spider-Man version for Spider-Man
had
2.
that.
The Super Breath Blaster, which is a fan. A
flyer
flying
thing.
ring. A Superman Returns wristband, which I think I had. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had that. Superman shades, which are definitely just repackaged Spider-Man ones. They've just switched
I had
the
the
colors
Pop Fly
around.
as a kid.
Yeah, the up and away.
I don't remember. I think I had the sweatband, and that was it. But I had
me
all the
too.
Spider-Man. I had all the Spider-Man 2 ones and a bunch of the Spider-Man 3 ones. I still have the Spider-Man 3 ones because the Spider-Man 3 ones were really cool.
Oh, yeah.
They had
They were
the
cool.
mask, the mask one. That
and also
you could take the mask off.
Yeah, and going back to How to Train Your Dragon for just a minute, they just announced that they are doing a tie-in food promotion with IHOP, and they are making, and you can now order a exclusive toothless pancake, where it's essentially it's essentially painted. It's kind of designed to look like toothless, but it's a pancake. So you're telling me that this movie, this is Superman. The best they can do is Carl's Jr. in a place where barely any states have Carl's Jr. and a Burger King in Mexico, but for most of America, you have to go to Dairy Queen to get your Superman food cravings.
And the Superman promotion at Dairy Queen is almost over.
It was
and
limited.
the film, and the film is not even out yet. So, by the way, look at this right here. So if we see on the, here's the ad, and here's what you actually get. It's a hot stamp that they put on the fucking burger.
Why wouldn't you just be on the entire bun on the top?
Alex, for comparison's sake, look up the Man of Steel Carl's Jr. set.
Oh, I've seen the Man of Steel Carl's Jr. ad, but yeah, let's pull that up.
Yes, because Man of Steel, I remember I even got the Man of Steel combo when I was a kid when the movie was coming out, and I had the Superman Man of Steel cup.
Can I mention something real quick?
That's not it.
Sure.
The thing that makes this marketing even sadder.
That might be it, actually. Hang on. So here's the Carl's Jr. thing. It has trading cards. It has a wristband, a ring, a figure. Yeah,
but the burger is what I want to see.
Hang on, I want to mention something. The most pathetic part of all this is that the marketing for this movie, according to the Hollywood Reporter, which usually defends this movie, says that the marketing is about $200 million. That's the best you're able to do? Where the fuck is that money going? Because it doesn't look like it's going towards the marketing.
That's not what I asked for, Bing.
No, it's not. Like,
I'm just going to pull up the... I'm just going to pull
money
up the
laundering. It's all going back to James Gunn.
Yeah, no, like, I guess we're just gonna play it.
You know, another thing, like, me and Jay talked about this in private before, but I want to mention it here because it relates to marketing. Because remember how James Gunn canceled or postponed all those Superman shows?
Yes. Okay. So I guess that's a good time to bring it up. So okay, I actually love this commercial.
This is a
great commercial.
I can't tell if they actually. Yeah.
This is better cinematography than a lot of the previews that we've seen for the movie. Super Bacon Thick Burger for Superman.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. So, okay, I don't know if they actually brought Henry in to do this, but if they did, okay, that's fucking awesome.
Even if it's just footage that they... No, it's not.
Like,
it's not necessarily... I don't think it looks like... It could be that it's like an outtake of him just like... It's like the BVS ones where he's joking around with Richard Citrone and Ben Affleck on the set, but I don't know. Yeah. It's a good usage of footage, whatever it is.
It is. But no,
absolutely.
Yes. And yeah, no. To bring up the point that there has been. So I brought this up last week. There's been this year Superman. This was Superman's 85th or 86th anniversary, and the main push is James Gunn's Superman movie. Yeah. Whereas you compare that to last year. Last year for his previous anniversary, you just had My Adventures with Superman season 2, and then you had Superman and Lois. Now, Superman and Lois, because we brought this up, James Gunn even confirmed it himself. He didn't even lie about it. He preordained that Superman and Lois end its series prematurely when they had a goal of at least going up to 8 to 10 seasons, but they were trying to push for one more season so they can better wrap things up. But James Gunn wanted them to wrap up with season 4, and so he can start shooting his Superman movie. And the reason he did this, he mandated this, is because he is following the WB mandate where they don't want too many interpretations of the same character to show up on screen, because then it's going to confuse people, quote unquote. And James Gunn, when he first started, said that he would not follow that mandate, but now we already know he lied. He is following that mandate.
He's also doing the same for Batman, because that Matt Reeves Part 2 is definitely not happening if Superman's successful.
Well,
unless it's in the DCU.
That's a thing, because I remember Matt Reeves personally said, yeah, I'm ready to turn that script in whenever they want to accept it, and then James Gunn said, oh, the script's not done yet, and then
he also, not even just that, Alex.
There was a bunch of back and forth, and then Reeves posted the final script.
It's even crazier, though, because during the interview, he said it was finished. James Gunn delayed the film and said, oh, he needs more time. Then the director for Brave and the Bold came out right after and said, my film was also delayed. Then James Gunn came out and said that man is a fucking liar, and then that man left the movie to work on a new sci-fi original film with I think it was Discovery or Paramount, whatever company it was. So that's the kind of bullshit we're dealing with right now.
Fine,
This
we're
is-
going to
Right,
go to die.
but then we go. Okay, then back to the whole marketing. This movie's marketing is probably the most atrocious I've seen, because the best it can do is, okay, we obviously have our
How do
McFarlane
you
toys.
do, fellow kids?
Right.
We have our McFarlane toys, which, by the way, funny thing about that is that everyone has been complaining about the face model of the face molds for the McFarlane toys, which is nothing new. Todd
Yeah.
McFarlane cannot make a goddamn live action likeness to save his life
Well, he can't
unless
make
they're
a-
wearing a mask.
Before you
Dude.
continue, I look at these toys and I think they're saying,
Oh, hang on, dude.
He's trying,
Let me
but I
pull this
feel
up.
like he should just stick to like comic book interpretations, not live action stuff.
Abomination
Let me
of
look-
God.
No, I didn't want McFarlane Mahari. I wanted McFarlane.
I'm on
MHA.
Because McFarlane toys are good, but when in terms of live action stuff, it's just
Yeah, no.
it's really
Look,
weird.
You don't know what
let's
know
look
what
at
I would have
this.
done in terms.
That's
I
not a
want-
good
Yeah, that
face.
No, it's
Let's
not.
look at this. That's also not a good face.
Jesus
Well, okay.
Christ,
Look,
these are
look-
so bad.
If you looked at the
Yeah, no.
toys back in the day, they were really good. I have
Well,
some.
well,
I mean,
here's
they're
the
really
thing.
cool to look
I
at. They're-
own the
Not
entire.
anymore.
I own the entire
He-
Justice League set from Zack Snyder's Justice League release.
He
right?
works better on a still figurines, statues. That's the problem. And when it comes to articulated stuff,
God.
they're just
but
weird.
Even the
Oh, God,
official
look at All
toys
Might.
for kids. Yeah, I know it does not look good, but even the official toys for kids, they do not look good. And Ben has said that he has not seen a big what's the word I'm looking for? He hasn't seen a big demand for them, because normally when
Let me ask.
You-
Let me add context for that. So I work retail, right? I'm not gonna say where because that would be really fucking stupid. But there was a point where sometimes we get some of the new merch for some of the new movies, like Jurassic World. For example, we'll get like a small. We'll open up like a
Right.
small little shelf for it, and like this year, that's where we keep all the toys. My store refused to open any up for Superman. Absolutely none. They didn't think it would make money. They thought it would be a waste of time.
Of course
Turns out
they do.
they were correct, because all the Walmarts are discounting all the Superman toys. 'Cause
Yes,
the ones
they
What
are.
kind?
Yeah.
What kind though?
what do you mean? What kind? He
Like,
just
are
said
they
them.
based off a
All
movie?
of them.
They're based off the cartoon show?
Oh,
it's-
Are they
it's
just
based on
generic?
this- it's based on
clearly
this
talking
movie.
about the movie.
Oh, this
Yeah,
movie.
this-
Oh, right. You did say
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'm talking about this movie. We've had Superman merch before for some of the cartoons and stuff. They would sell all right, I guess. Like they exist.
Yeah, but this is a movie. This is a movie.
Yeah.
This is a $1 million movie.
And
Yep.
and also
Not
I
million.
should know,
Well,
on a
many
side note,
hundreds of
Yeah,
millions.
and on a side note, by the way, McFarlane, it was announced this year that McFarlane is losing the license to make DC toys by March of next year, and they
Okay.
are
Yeah,
going,
that's not
and
good.
they are going back to Mattel.
Oh, that's
Mattel
not
will
good
be-
either.
That is not.
No,
bad.
no, it's not. So
Ugh.
what?
I
So
remember.
basically,
Okay, so I
it's
have
gonna
to
go from bad to
before we
worse.
yeah. So before we move on from that, I outright refused to buy any Mattel figures for Batman v Superman because they took Ben Affleck's workout for that movie, fairly legendary at this point, did a really good job. Richard Citron said that it was very hard to keep up with his physique to maintain his ability to be his body double.
Fuck!
Now, Ben Affleck had, in order to, to be able to lift all the shit that he did in that film, did a lot of leg work. Not figuratively, quite literally. And so his thighs were fucking gigantic. Like,
They were like the
thigh.
size of my
Yeah.
head.
Unleashed.
And so, as a result, they took a 3D model of 3D scan. When Mattel made the Batfleck figure for that movie, they cut giant square chunks out of his thighs and made the figure ugly as sin. And that was why I didn't buy any BVS figures from them, because it was frankly embarrassing how low quality the toys were. I was constantly seeing Mattel toys broken in stores around that time.
Yeah, because they're cheap. They're very easily made.
They'd be broken in the package.
Yeah, because they're not taking.
Mattel the toys are known to be cheap. That's the problem.
Well, I reminds me of a funny story.
So the fact that people are still making deals with Mattel for like stuff like action figures is kind of odd. Like action figures are something that people take out of the packaging, look at, and then either display or put it in a certain pose and then display, or do stop motion animation.
Or kids, kids play with them too. Obviously.
Yeah, or kids just outright play with them. So like make a deal with Mattel with these kind of figurines is still mind-boggling to me. It's still mind-boggling to me that Mattel is still making them cheap like this.
I have a funny story to tell in relation to that. I think it was my first year working retail, and there was like this Mattel ball. It was like strapped to cardboard, where you scan the item and fucking buy it. I was kind of like prodding at it, and I slightly touched it, and the entire cardboard and the thing holding the ball fucking shatters.
Yeah, I've done that.
You're kidding.
Apart. It meant just it like crumbles to dust. It doesn't turn to dust, but it might as well did. And me and my coworker just looking like, well, shit.
See, I know
what do we do?
I know the kind of thing you're talking about.
My friend just slowly picks up the shattered remains of the cardboard with the ball, throws it in the claims bucket, and just shushes me, and we never spoke of it again.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that happen, where it's usually like a temperature issue. Like during shipping, it was either exposed to like really high or really low temperatures, or it just fucks with the chemical makeup or the structural integrity rather. That's the word I'm looking for. Structural integrity of the stuff, and you just see things like that at closeout stores a lot, because like you said, throw it in the claims bucket. Claims buckets goes to waste sends it off to discount stores, because the discount stores buy like big pallets of shit. Yeah, but
no. So
something else
marketing is bad.
Something else I want to bring up though. Speaking of marketing, we had this conversation off air, but I haven't noticed any like little trinkets, so to speak, showing up for this film.
Keychains and stuff?
Yeah, no keychains, no Hot Wheels was actually where I was going to go.
Let me mention something else. There's no trinkets, there's no birthday stuff, there's no holiday stuff for Superman.
Yes.
There's nothing like that, and that's like really important for a brand. Like I see stuff like this for SpongeBob, Sonic, freaking Marvel, the Fantastic Four, not Superman. I see some for Batman still.
Yes, that was where I was going to go next. So in the lead up to the release of the Batman, I found at my local Dollar Tree a Hot Wheels Batmobile, and then not too long ago, I found a Batman and Robin Batmobile. And
dude,
recently,
they were fucking everywhere.
And I mentioned
when the Batman was coming out, there was all kinds of Batmobile toys at my store, and they were selling.
Oh yeah, people love that car. But the thing that I was going to bring up here is that I've found, and I mentioned this to you guys off air, a Batman Brave and the Bold Batmobile. And like I said before, I also found a Batman and Robin Batmobile. Now those movies, that movie and those shows are not recent. But I found the cars. The Hot Wheels cars are still in stock. They're still selling. People still want them. They want Batman and Robin for some reason. I don't know. I bought one because I have a collection.
They do still sell them. They do still sell a lot of them. They were doing it for Batman vs Superman, Batman 89.
Oh yeah, I've got that one.
Batman and Robin, Batman Forever, so on and so forth. They're doing for all the shows.
I don't have the Forever one. I need to get that one. Yeah. But there's, like Ben was saying, there usually you see stuff like sticker books, activity books. The most that I've seen is that Superman Step Into Reading book that you bought me, Ben, which is fucking atrocious. It's like they let Greg land loose on a bunch of promotional pictures of the cast.
You talk about how they like clip the art together.
Oh yeah. Well, that was
creation.
Well, that's the thing. It's not a storybook. It's like a collection of character bios accompanied by really shitty clip art of the characters. So what they did was they traced over the like stills of the cast, and in some places you can track that they have taken the head from a previous still and put it on a different body, or put a different body on the or put a different head in the same body, or just flipped them around or something. They reuse art throughout this. It's inexcusable. It's unreal. This is not a product. This shit is not a product that I would have thought acceptable to take to market. And the Superman Welcome to Metropolis book has the same thing. You used to get stills from movies. In fact, you used to get novelizations with stills from the movie inside. So I had all the Free Willy books, and those had stills from the movie inside. I had the Star Trek movie books. Yeah, Free Willy.
Okay, I mean,
yeah,
all the novelizations.
Color stills from the movie. Hey, I read a lot of fucking books when I was a kid. I still read a lot of books, but I don't read,
Yeah, but Free Willy.
Spider-Man, the junior... Actually, no, not Spider-Man. Batman Begins, the junior novelization that had stills from the movie inside. Catwoman, the movie, stills from the movie inside. The book was better than the movie. I think it was based on an earlier draft of the film. Wow, fucking hell. I need to get a new chair, because this is getting irritating.
Chair's trying to film.
It's just
something real quick.
All that's in the book is clip art. Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, back in my day, I sound like an 80-year-old man right now. There used to be some really cool tie-in books to movies and shows. For example, there was a Leapfrog SpongeBob book that adapted some of the SpongeBob episodes.
Leapfrog, remember those?
Yeah, I remember fucking Leapfrog. Yeah, it was like this. You connect the book to the figure and it would like do like interactions and such.
Yeah,
but, like,
I had a Superman one.
Yeah, they used to be really cool. And this one, like, it was during the Imagination episode, with the box. And when they got to the pirates and robots, they actually showed a fucking visual for that whole fight, and it was really cool with really good artwork and actual voices and such for it. Like, this used to be so cool, and now you just see this lazy half-ass effort on like what should be a cool little thing for the kids. It's just cheap now.
Well,
there's no effort.
See, the Superman Welcome to Metropolis thing is like a prequel novel. It doesn't have anything from the movie, and they're so scared of any kind of spoilers getting out to the audience that they're not willing to put anything into this. But there's another thing.
It's funny you say that, Alex, because they are showing so much from this movie within the past week. It feels like we've seen most of the movie.
Well, I will say, there's another thing that happens sometimes when they do stuff like that, Ben. Now, I was on Facebook one day, and I follow Greg Cox, the man who wrote the official movie novelization. Yeah, he wrote the official movie novelization of Man of Steel. Great book, go check it out. It's based on an earlier draft of the script, so it has some differences, but it is still, broadly speaking, the same beats of the plot. Greg Cox said that he was supposed to write a BVS novel, but they didn't get him a finished script. Because he was supposed to be writing it as the movie was filming, and Warner Brothers changed the script. Very famously, Warner Brothers changed the script from, they said that we got to take this from its Batman and Superman teaming up to fight Warsuit Lex, to them teaming up to fight Doomsday, because the plot leaked out and they wanted to change things. And this is evident in the toys, because the initial toy line for the film didn't include Doomsday in as prominent a role as they included the Warsuit. The Warsuit is not in the movie, but I own the Warsuit. I own the Warsuit toy. I have it. You can't take that away from me, David Zaslav.
No, yeah. And well, okay, it's funny you're saying that, and because this, and Ben is correct. This next week is the big week. This movie, which this movie has to make it or break it, and it is a shame that the advertisement has not been doing its job properly to get people excited, because again, we're seeing that projections are dropping low. We're seeing that things are not going their way, and I think that all stems from the advertising, which make no mistake, advertising for a film is what earns you the money. This is essentially what you need to make your movie profitable in long term. And Superman has always had this mentality of go big or go home, because this starts all the way back to Superman Returns. Superman Returns was this big, expensive film that they finally agreed to do after shutting down so many drafts and canceling production on Superman Lives. They then decided, and Flyby, they decided, okay, let's do Returns. Let's let Singer do a contemporary soft reboot of the Donner universe, and they went big on that film. They spent more money on Superman Returns than they did in Batman Begins. And history tells us that when Batman Begins came out, it made more money in its domestic run than Superman Returns did. Superman Returns made slightly more money at the worldwide box office, but it was only by a small percentage. But Batman was a film that they had absolutely no, I don't want to say investment, but they had virtually little faith on, because it was coming out 7 years after Batman and Robin. So the point then was they had to put all of their eggs into Superman and just let Christopher Nolan do what he wanted. And that film was essentially an autopilot movie, but it had more general success than Superman Returns.
Right.
The same thing applies to Man of Steel. Man of Steel was meant to be a reboot that was originally going to be Zack Snyder's own thing. That was never meant to be anything but they had to put that movie out. They had to put that movie out, and they had to get more involved in Snyder's vision, because Snyder just wanted to make his Superman movie. Okay, but WB wanted to make sure that they still hold the rights to the character, so they wouldn't have to pay the Siegel and Schuster family their dues, because that's their deal. And now here we are later, over 12 years later, and we're doing it for a third time. We're once again
a fucking circle.
Yeah, it's literally a fucking circle. And again, compare this to Matt Reeves' Batman movie. Matt Reeves virtually had little to no push from WB, and they essentially let him do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, which, by the way, that is in direct contrast to the constant meddling that was offered to Ben Affleck's script, because they made him, I think it was five revisions, and there were two major drafts.
One of those drafts famously was written by both Ben Affleck and Jeff Johns, and the idea was Ben would write, star, and direct, and Jeff Johns would take on a secondary role writing the script, and he would also handle the other stuff as a producer. But then that fell through. Affleck was clearly going through the fight of his life, so he decided, okay, I'm going to stop. I'm going to exit. I need to go to rehab. I need to think about what's going on with my life.
Affleck was supposed to, I believe the original deal was that Affleck was supposed to go to rehab, and then when he came back, it was supposed to be Matt Reeves directing his film.
Yes, and Matt was signed on to direct Ben's film.
Yeah, and Ben was supposed to work on keeping himself on the straight and narrow, and also working on writing the movie and working out for the movie. So that would have been a good idea. But Warner Brothers kept jacking him around and jerking him around and saying, like, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, change this thing and that thing, and then Ben Affleck said, fuck you, and left.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
So-
the way I remember it. Which
Yes,
is
no, that's
the same way that they treat a bunch of other people, too, so...
Yeah,
Yes,
it
no,
felt like
and-
they were trying to get rid of him by that
Yeah.
point.
Yes, no, but then you get to now. Once again, it's like Ben said, we're in a circle right now. Everything has come full circle with Superman in his third film in the 21st century. Superman has had 3 reboots, more than Batman. Batman has only, if we're just counting solo outing films and not team up films, Batman has only had 2 reboots.
Do we count The Flash having 3 reboots in universe?
No, we don't. Never happened.
No, not really. Although
I'm sorry. I had to say that.
Reboot. Everyone,
It
you get a
crossed-
reboot. You get a reboot. I get a
crossed-
reboot.
What I missed.
yeah,
It crossed my mind. Oh, we're just talking about how many reboots Batman has had versus how many Superman has had, and Batman's only had
Yeah.
Jesus.
Batman's only
let's
technically
see.
had 2 in the 21st in the 21st
One.
century, whereas Superman
count
has had
the-
3 on film.
Yeah.
at
Count the
least.
black and white movie. That's 1.
No,
And
we're
there's
talking
the
about
Adam West.
21st century.
Yeah,
oh,
First
okay.
thing about the circle. I
well,
the
Chris-
flat circle.
it's
gonna
just the
Christian
Chris
Bale.
Nolan. It's just Christopher Nolan and Matt Reeves. We are not counting the Flash. We're not counting Batman v Superman.
Keaton?
We're just counting the solo outings. And
Right,
Batman
so
has
for-
only had 2.
Right.
What about the Michael Keaton movies? I
Yeah,
mean,
we're talking in the
21st
21st century.
21st. Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Yes,
21st.
no.
Yeah,
Here and now.
only
Right.
only on film. We're not talking. No. Oh, I have to mention something. So it's funny how much more expensive Superman Returns is versus Batman Begins. Like between like marketing and filming and whatnot. Batman Begins has aged a lot better because it was
It
shot
has,
on.
yes.
It was shot on 35mm film versus being shot on digital processed to look like film using 2006 technology. Now,
Yes, and
one of the
which means
issues-
that color grading is shit. And
it's
I did
not just the
mention that.
it's not just the color grading.
Yeah.
They applied fake film grain to it, and
Yes.
the movie is so Warner Brothers originally released all the Superman films on BD25 discs, so it was all 25 gigabyte Blu-rays. They then reissued them with lossless soundtracks, and some of them got remastered releases later on with the 4K update. But Superman Returns is still stuck using the HD DVD master with a lossless audio track. So it's like 26 gigabytes. No remaster for Superman Returns. And the 4K box set didn't get it, and I know it would just be an upscale, but Warner Brothers has put out shitty upscales before, and Superman Returns would look a lot better than some of the bad upscales they've done. So, yeah, that's just funny. The lower budget film shot on the older technology looks better.
Before we continue on, I want to mention something else. Because we're talking about time as a flat circle. Is Jedi still there? I just want to make sure he's still there.
Yeah, he's muted.
I'm here.
but-
I'm just
yeah.
on mute.
There's another time as a flat circle moment I realized not too long ago when writing my Superman Returns review. And essentially, I made the point and said...
Yeah, Ben has a
Batman
letterbox,
Begins-
by the way.
Yeah. Batman Begins releases and is successful. A new Superman film promising to bring back Superman and the DC brand as a whole is released and is directly based on the Reeves Superman. It bombs. The sequel to Batman Begins, titled Dark Knight, comes out and is critically acclaimed and shattered records. Fast forward to 2022. The Batman releases and is successful. A new Superman movie promising to bring back Superman and the DC brand as a whole is released and is directly based on the Reeves Superman. All of these squares make a goddamn circle.
Ben, do you know what else kind of links up with that?
What?
So between Batman 89 bringing back DC into the film sphere and them ditching Tim Burton after 2 films, for somebody who would do more of what the studio wanted, kind of reminds me of what happened with Zack Snyder and Joss Whedon a little bit later on.
The time is fucked. I hate this timeline.
Well,
we could have had Zack Snyder's Flashpoint by now and rebooted.
Well, they could. Yeah, people have made this point before. We could have already had the universe finished, made a lot more money, and then rebooted, and then gone down whatever rabbit hole they wanted to. But Warner Brothers has been in a downward spiral for a very long time now, making the same mistakes over and over again. And,
I wish Jared was here. Would have made a downward spiral sound.
Yeah. Let's see what else. What else speaking of bad marketing, let's just pull up this scene here.
Oh yeah, this fucking scene.
Excuse me. So I used Superman's marketing as an example of brown M&Ms in my pre-video for Devil May Cry, like the pre-release video.
I said, go check that review out.
yeah, go check that out. It's elsewhere on this channel. But I used the example of the marketing, like the first look marketing being kind of and then compared it to the first look marketing for Man of Steel back in 2013. And now, we just keep seeing more things that make me really raise an eyebrow, because, like Bender was saying at the start of this video, I'm not looking for this being a bad movie. I'd like it to be good. I'd much rather, it's like the relationship I have with the Batman. The Batman is a perfectly good movie. I like it. I appreciate the fact that I was not incredibly infuriated by it, but I'd sacrifice that movie in a heartbeat to get Ben Affleck's Batman movie the way he wanted it to be, because I think that would have just been so much more interesting. But
I really like the Batman, but yeah, I would have wanted.
Oh yeah,
Affleck.
It was get a prequel going with Ben Affleck, give him a little bit of Just for Men and a little bit of that soft CGI.
And you bitches can find your own drinks.
CGI softening on the face and make him look like he did back in Daredevil. You could get a whole prequel film out of him and Jeremy Irons. But that aside, let's take a look at this.
Yeah, I want a Jedi and Gizmo. Watch what's wrong. Keep an eye out.
I don't like the way the film constantly morphs with the fisheye lens, or the ultra wide angle lens, because it's not directly a fisheye lens. It just has some of the same effects.
Yes, just play the full clip. Writing.
The cuts bother me, I have to say.
Yeah.
As somebody
that was not a necessary cut.
No,
just
as somebody who's
as
somebody who's a film aficionado, the editing for this bothers me.
Yeah, Alex, if you want to show a better example of that, get the lowest clip when they're in Daily Planet, because that had so many cuts.
Ben, if you could send that to me and the one of him in Lex Luthor's office, that's a good example as well.
Let me see what I can do. Give me a moment.
So the Superman robots are different in the comics. They look like Superman. There are robots that live in the Fortress of Solitude and do things. Now, I appreciate...
Depends on who draws them.
But they tend to not...
Yeah, that's the general idea.
This. I like the practical effects. I just wish that they would have gone into something that looks like it came from the comics. Thank you, Alan Tudyk, but based on the cinematography for that, I can't tell if Superman is talking to the one that's standing in front of him, or one of the 4 or 5 others that are in the background. We have to use the language of film to tell a story, and this is not telling me a story that I like.
Real quick.
Yes.
I do want to offer insight. So, because I've been kept up to date, and I have seen the behind the scenes. So here's what I'm thinking. So first of all, the robots. James Gunn has not been subtle. He has said and confirmed that the robots and even the tone of this film is meant to be a direct adaptation of Grant Morrison's All Star Superman, and
I'm
in
not
that,
getting that.
I'm
no,
not getting that either.
the design of the robots scream All Star Superman because that is what the robots look like in the now obviously he did some changes because again you can just look up All Star Superman robots.
Right. You should go read All Star Superman. It's a good comic.
Go watch All Star
It
Superman.
is a good comic.
It's a good movie.
It is All Star Superman is the foundation of James Gunn's script, but also so is Superman the animated series and other things. But here's the other thing
I
too.
don't believe
So
that.
I don't believe
but
that.
no, here's
lying.
here's where this gets interesting. So, from what I've heard and what Ben has sent me, which confirms what I've heard, originally the editing of this movie was supposed to essentially be very much in the style of his Suicide Squad movie, where it would essentially be vignettes that would come together. But this is where Superman, All Star Superman starts showing its influence. Because if you don't know, if you just go off of the original 12 issues of All Star Superman, they were all vignettes that were connected, that were not connected in the slightest. They had different stories showing you what was Superman doing when he was dying. And James wanted to take that approach to film with his Superman. And Warner Brothers saw this cut. They screened this cut. And Ben can confirm this, because I know this too, based off of Inside Report. This cut that had that style was not well received, and they had to make trims. The more that they made trims, the worse it got. So they had to get rid of the editor, and they had to bring in a new editor to work through the footage and essentially make this a film cohesive story.
Yes.
Meaning that there are multiple cuts.
Essentially, they changed it from an episodic movie to a
Movie.
single note movie.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is why, and they did also do reshoots, but from my understanding, they were very small. They weren't like Marvel reshoots, where
they didn't redo like 40 or 50 or 60 or 70 or 90% of a fucking movie.
No, they did
But
like
it's
maybe
noticeable.
20%.
Yes, it's not like, hang on, it's not like what's happened with the Fantastic Four, where that's doing reshoots mere a month and a half before the movie actually comes out.
I'm back.
Yes,
happening.
exactly. Yes.
This was, I would say they reshot at least 25-30%, and I say that because a lot of shots show him wearing a wig as Clark Kent.
Yeah.
Because as of right now, David Hornswet shaved his head, and he has a buzz cut. So when they had to do the reshoot, they had to put a wig that looked as close to his original haircut
I
as
call
it
it
could.
the broccoli wig.
Yes, the broccoli wig, obviously. And that is bad because, once again, you're dealing with a Henry Cavill situation with Justice League where they had to bring Henry back to reshoot his Superman stuff, but they had to use CGI to fade away his mustache.
I will be fair. I will be fair on this movie. That's not as bad as Justice League. Like the wig.
No.
Well, yeah,
like
because they didn't
like,
CGI in his hair. This is more equivalent of what happened in Fan Four Stick with Kate Mara and that wig.
Yes.
I made the Samurai Cop comparison. I don't know if anybody else knows what that means. But
what's katana? It means Japanese sword.
Yeah. So there are actually a bunch of bad wigs in this film, by the way. Have you guys seen the behind the scenes wig fitting with Nathan Fillion, where the wig starts off looking really nice, and then they give it a cut, and it looks like shit?
Yes, I have seen that, and I don't.
It's horrible.
Okay, it is. So, right now, when I'm looking at these clips, the tone of the script is kept intact, but the scenes itself are bad because they were not what were originally supposed to be. Like, okay, compare this to Man of Steel. Man of Steel and Superman Returns, to my recollection, Alex may or Ben, you can correct me on either, but those movies virtually had little to no reshoots because they were able to. Mainly Superman Returns. Superman Returns was able to get what it needed done.
One more, which films are you talking about? I just want to make
Superman
sure
Returns and Man of Steel. So no,
yeah,
Superman. Man of Steel did
if I
not
remember
have.
correctly, with Superman Returns, they were so confident in the film they didn't do any
Right.
test screenings, and they didn't bother doing any reshoots because they thought it was perfect as it
Right.
was. It
Now-
was not. And that's a whole other story.
There is actually an entire stereoscopic 3D sequence that is missing from the final Superman Returns movie that has yet to be released. I believe it was only ever shown at some theater that does like big overhead 3D projection. Now, Man of Steel shot in 2011 and then is shot through 2011 and was wrapped before 2012.
Yeah.
They did visual effects throughout 2012, and it was supposed to be released in 2012, but they delayed it so that they could have additional time to work on the effects and so that it wouldn't be competing with Avengers and Spider-Man. Which
they
was
also
a good,
had to deal with the lawsuit at the time, I believe.
Yes. Now, that was a really good decision because Avengers and Spider-Man were eating up the box office that year for superhero films.
They were dominating.
Yeah, they were, and so was Batman, for that matter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was like there was a triple prong. It was a triple prong thing because you had it was four pronged actually because you had Skyfall too. It was like 2012 is a loaded year for movies, and if Man of Steel came out then too, it would have had a hard time competing, even as good as I think that film is. In 2013, it was going up against Iron Man 3, and Iron Man 3, and they weren't released they weren't released around the same time, but they were, you're talking, and people only have so much attention span and so much desire to go see any given film. Iron Man 3 and money, yeah. Iron Man 3 made $1 billion.
Yeah, but so well, my general point that I'm making.
And Iron Man was a serious. People forget.
Yeah. My general point here is that I appreciate and I'm and I like that this is going to essentially be a All-Star inspired film, because All-Star Superman is a comic that any Superman movie should use as a foundation to just ask, okay, well, what do I want my tone to be? But don't make it the entire building, because Superman has a vast richness of other great stories that are not talked about. And I really feel like, okay, the idea, maybe if WB had just not ignored the test screenings and they had just left this film as it was, perhaps the film would have been appreciated more. But I understand by diehard fans who know the funny books, because again, the only those who have read or All-Star Superman or have even seen the animated film know exactly how that plot is structured. But general moviegoers are going to be confused, and they're not going to understand what Gunn is trying to do. And so them now having to re-edit the film to something that's more cohesive and more coherent, I feel like that's going to be one of the major criticisms of this film, is the fact that it feels jumbled, but it was never supposed to be like that. It was supposed to essentially be a 2.5-hour TV vignette-style movie, very much like Quentin Tarantino did his film, Pulp Fiction, where each half of the movie is a vignette. It's an anthology. But now, this is going to hurt James Gunn's Superman. The editing has to look as if it's not chopped up, but that's already been shown through the marketing, because now there are shots that they've gotten rid of that are not in the final movie.
But I sent Alex the Lois clip where that really shows. But I do want to mention one thing about the plot. I don't think James Gunn's being true about All-Star Superman. Sure, there's some influence, like with the robots, but he's also taking a lot of stuff from a lot of different material. For example, he's taking stuff from all the Reeves films, and especially Superman 4. He's taking stuff from Man of Steel. He's taking heavy plot elements from Batman vs. Superman. He's taking stuff from Birthright. He's taking stuff from the animated series. Taking stuff from Adventures of Superman and Lois.
He's making an amalgamation, is what you're saying.
Yes. This film is meant to be a celebration of Superman, and that's fine. But here's the problem. Here is the problem with this. My friend and I were extremely worried, and I'm pretty sure everyone in this call is too. We were worried that this film was going to be too bloated for its own good, that it was going to essentially sideline the main guy himself with so many things to react to. Because again, all you needed was just Superman, Lois, and Lex Luthor. That's it. Those are your main 3 selling points. You don't need Mr. Terrific. You don't need Hawkgirl. You don't need
can I take over from you for a second?
Sure.
Because one thing it's also doing, and it's doing kind of a similar idea of what Black Adam was doing, is that it's taking the idea of, you know, the main hero working with like the Justice League or a version of it, and this
the Justice Society, the Justice Gang. Yeah,
it's the same idea. It's also taking ideas from that, but it's trying, outside of it trying to be a quote-unquote celebration of Superman, it's more focused on trying to establish its big cinematic universe. And now, like, I know people have called Batman v Superman bloated, but it's trying to introduce 20 to 30 characters, many of whom are not even Superman related.
And the metahuman thing too.
Yeah, it's going to really... Oh my god, don't even get me started on Superman being quote-unquote metahuman. That's just...
Yes,
that's a whole other fucking deal, but
we don't know. Now, I will preface this by saying, we don't know if they're going to go with calling him a metahuman, but from what James Gunn is saying online, it kind of seems like they are. Now let's play through the rest of this clip here before we go anywhere else, because we need to bring something up. Oh, excuse me. Okay, I gotta run that back. Okay, so we can see here Crypto is nipping at his boots. Crypto's body is clipping through David's leg.
Wait, yeah, I was gonna say.
Man, yeah, how did the fuck did you notice that? I didn't even notice.
I froze it on exactly. I froze it on exactly the right frame, and I just couldn't help but see that.
Alex, this is $363 million.
Yeah, and now, speaking of which.
Wait, hang on, pause it. Keep pausing it for a second. I need to question this. Why in the living hell is it clipping when you could have used a real fucking cape?
Well, no, it's more specifically the 3D model for Crypto is clipping through David's leg.
Okay, you're right. Okay, never mind then.
Yeah, because
I know what you're trying to
look at that boot. Oh my god,
look at the
boot.
Look at the fucking boot.
Yeah, I see it. His foot is
earlier today, people were saying, oh, that's got to be edited. And it's like, no, it happens on other frames other than the one that I'm going to look for. But this is absurd. Like, it morphs...
Oh my god, it increased in size in one frame.
It morphs back... It morphs... Yeah, it morphs back to normal as it goes back to the center. That's because... the Flash's cinematographer is using the same camera rig that he used for that movie.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh.
He looks like he's drawn by R. Crumb.
He's turning into Sideshow Bob.
Anybody wanted to see R. Crumb Superman? Here we go.
Also, just gotta say, the cinematography. So since we brought up the cinematography. James getting the cinematographer from The Flash was not a good idea. I think he should have gotten a cinematographer with a more rich
it's not just
palette.
Larry Fong.
Guy. He got the whole CGI team to rework on this film.
Well,
look,
no,
look, there it is. Look at his foot.
Yeah, I see it. Oh dear God.
Well, here's another problem, and this is. We've got, granted, we have Twitter video compression. Twitter video compression sucks. But here's another problem. we almost look like we've got a split diopter scene here for a medium focus shot with Clark on the right, Krypto on the left. Krypto appears to be in better focus than Superman.
Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god. No fucking way. I'm glad we have you here, Alex, because you're the only psychopath that would notice these things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that's so distracting.
These little details are the difference between a Jurassic Park quality CGI and, well, this.
Well, the irony is that it's been confirmed that Industrial Light and Magic, ILM, are the ones handling the effects for this movie. And this movie wrapped production last year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, not last year. It wrapped up like relatively recently this year. I want to say it was January. It was
yes.
definitely. It was January. Okay, okay. So, ILM, which for those who don't know, ILM is the in-house effects company that George Lucas created for his Star Wars movies. They have been responsible for some of the greatest visual effects in movie cinema, like, of all time. They're responsible for the Star Wars trilogy, the Indiana Jones movies. They are responsible for the Back to the Future Part 2, Ghostbusters, and Ghostbusters 2. And they have always done great work. And visually, they've also done great work digitally. So this movie had 6 months to get its visual effects done, which I do appreciate that Gunn did come out and say he wanted the visual effects team to take their time with this. But I'm going to guess what happened and why these effects are clipping and David's feet are growing and shrinking every time he walks into frame. I'm starting to think that's probably because what ended up happening, since ILM has multiple different movies that they need to work on, aside from this one, this year alone, that meant that they unfortunately weren't able to get everyone on their team to handle the bulk of the effects. They had to get smaller groups to do it, and that meant that there was less quality control. And then you throw on to the fact that this movie has been re-edited twice.
Yeah, and somebody needs to... Kevin says somebody needs to Photoshop a clown suit on Superman with those fucking shoes. I agree.
No.
So
No, Alex. Even better, just edit him as Sideshow Bob.
So yeah. I have a couple of things I have to bring up here. So principal photography began on February 29th, 2024. Superman's birthday in canon. That's odd. So they shot in Svalbard, Norway.
Yes,
they did that.
Solitude.
Yes,
they did that first.
Yeah, they did that first. That's also apparently the first scene in the movie. Now, here's something else I got to bring up. Ben and I noticed this while we were watching the preview material, right?
Yes.
We went through and watched all of the Superman preview material, and we saw that it was like, oh, this looks really weird. Why is he green screened into this snow background? Watchmen had green screen snow, CGI snow backgrounds back in, 2009, and it looked way better than this. And then we watched the behind the scenes, and all of it was shot on location. And we were wondering, like, what the fuck happened here? How did you take it? And it was like, oh, it's the guy who shot the Flash using the camera rig that he used to shoot the Flash, which I think is why all of this weird boot morphing is going on. But
it's the damn fish islands. I think that's making quality control even harder because they can't fix these issues.
Phil, so principal photography wrapped on July 30th for Superman.
Okay, so my mistake. So it was last year. So so it wrapped last year. So that's what 11 months for visual effects.
Now Well, here's the thing. They say that in January of this year, there were... okay, so hang on. So, December, they said that there were a day and a half of pickups.
Yes, they did confirm that there were pickups.
I do not believe this, because either they were working nonstop throughout that 36 hours, or they're lying. And then there was another 3 days of pickups in May of this year, shot in Atlanta, and James Gunn then went on to say that the film was completed and received picture lock on June 5th of this year, which cannot be true, because they've been changing visual effects in the previs stuff and shots and stuff.
For example, so remember in the final trailer we saw the cape clipping through his shoulder?
Right.
They fixed it like a few days after the fact. So that implies one of two things. One, the marketing is so horrific that they're accidentally using old unfinished footage instead of the current updated footage. Or two, they did lie and they're still actively working on the CGI and effects all the way to release. Either way, it's not a good look.
Well, see, I'm willing to believe it could be one of both, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is the latter, because here's the thing. So here's the thing, and this is a good comparison to use. Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. I don't care, James, that you changed the title. I'm still calling it that because, god dang it,
that's a good title for the movie. Why change it?
I'm not referring to it as Supergirl 2026. It's just like, no, that ain't happening. So Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow.
Films. There are now technically 3 films named Superman, and nobody...
I know.
I have been keeping my eyes out for leaks of this film, and I have only found...
Right.
I have only found illegal uploads of Superman the movie and Man of Steel with Superman brackets 2013.
So here's the comparison I'm going to make. Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, just finished wrapping about a month ago, and 2 months ago. It wrapped up 2 months ago. It was relatively a steady, easy shoot. It wasn't as in-depth or chaotic as Superman, and that's because if you've seen the leaks, I'm sure you guys have. We see that most of the shooting is basically going to be a combination of on-set, in-studio set, with green screen or blue screen to expand the landscape, meaning that they're wanting to keep this film relatively as easygoing as possible.
So they're kind of doing the Batman v Superman thing, where you have Batman v Superman, and I have to give credit to Sin City there, and 300.
Yeah, it's more or less
stuff like that.
Sin City and 300 method, because again, this movie isn't going to. It sounds like, and again, I've glanced through the book. It sounds like this movie is going to essentially be low scale.
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, okay, there you go. No, that's my bad.
Anyway, no, it's fine. So this movie is going to be low scale compared to Superman, because you got to remember, Superman did shoot on location. It also shot in Cleveland, and they had.
Right. I was in Ohio when filming for this film was happening. I was going to go out and be an extra in the film, but I caught the flu and felt like I got stabbed in the forehead with an ice pick.
Oh, that's because God stabbed you. He's like, you're not going.
You don't get to be in Superman.
Yeah, you don't. A friend of mine got to be an extra in the Cleveland city attacks. Yeah, no, he actually got to chat with. He got to chat with James Gunn. Like, both of them had a good time. So again, very nice. Yes, absolutely. Cool. So.
I would have asked if I had that opportunity. I would have asked him why he didn't choose to put Hot Cherie by Hardline in a more prominent scene in Peacemaker.
no, this is off topic. But my friend asked him. So no. My friend asked him when I would really like to see, and I hope you can do this one day. I would really like to see your original cut of Scooby Doo get released out there. And James Gunn laughed. He was like, "Oh, I wish to. I would like that."
I wouldn't mind seeing that. I like it, but it's archetypical of what James Gunn has gone on to make.
Yeah,
that reminds me of a meme that I saw on. That reminds me of a meme I saw on 9gag where someone said, "Remember," where someone had the put in a caption. Remember the time when top tier celebrities were cast as characters and they would accurately represent them, and it showed like it showed like Matthew Lillard as like Shaggy and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it was Justin Timberlake as Yogi Bear, John Goodman as Fred Flintstone.
Fred Flintstone, you remember those times when it wasn't just they are famous, so they must represent character.
No,
exactly.
We didn't. No, Mindy Kaling as Velma.
Yeah, no, so, my point is that... So, my general point is that, okay, Supergirl looks like it's going to have a relatively easier time compared to Superman, and Superman is the one movie they're going all in on, so that I'm more inclined to believe that the visual effects for Supergirl are probably going to look better and consistent compared to this.
Here's the catch, though, and some people made this point before. Supergirl's going to have a much harder time in the box office.
Oh God, yeah.
Depends on when it releases. Isn't it supposed to come out in October?
No, it's coming out early next year.
Well, no, it also depends on.
It's possibly going to take May. They haven't confirmed it, but it's rumored that it could be taking Avengers Doomsday's original slot for May.
I don't. That would not help it.
Because
Supergirl does not have any. What's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't have any. Whatever the word is with the general audience. The general audience does not know this character.
So
Supergirl? I would disagree.
I have to hang on. So I have to bring up a couple of things. So, kind of, but. So the general audience did not know Supergirl well enough to reject the Supergirl TV show the way I would have hoped.
Well,
I know Supergirl fairly well. I love her.
So do I.
You know, she's my girl.
Well, that's because you're a DC fan.
Well, yeah.
Melissa
Benoist is not a bad casting. The show had absolute dog shit writing, though. So
yeah, I was going to bring that up because it felt because like right now the comic book industry is really in deep water. Not just deep water; they're in deep, very stone cold, fucking ocean deep water because the writers are doing dog shit. They're doing jack shit to improve bad characters. They're doing jack shit to make the characters that people already love and stay loved by doing stupid shit like killing certain side characters off, making certain characters
bringing other characters back to life.
Yeah, that too. But they also, let's not even get into the orientation thing because that's fucking that's a
whole different can of worms.
That's a whole different can of worms. Yeah, not even a can of worms. It's a whole fucking dumpster full of maggots and worms, and because it's so.
Oh, dude, I had to deal with one of those today.
Because look, let me count the characters that had. Let me count the characters that had to that suffered because of that subject alone. Iceman,
Superboy,
Tim Drake, not even like Superboy Connell, Superboy the legitimate son, the legitimate son of Clark Kent, Tim Drake. I mentioned him. They somehow say that he's bi out of nowhere, and let's not forget Iceman, fucking.
Yeah. Okay, so
Northstar? No, Northstar was always gay. Actually,
no, Northstar was always gay. Yeah,
he was always gay.
Anyway,
the retcon was when they tried to make him straight and failed.
Oh, that was bad.
That was so bad.
No. So back to the point.
Can I make my second point real quick? You don't mind?
Gwenpool,
Sure.
I think they did too.
Gwenpool was made asexual, but like Gwenpool is. I don't care about Gwenpool's sexuality. You know,
Nobody does.
She used to be.
Oh my God,
she's one of those gag characters. If she fucks or not does not matter to me. What
well,
I care about is how her comic has been bad lately. But yeah,
I could rant about Gwenpool forever because she used to be such an awesome written.
she was
character.
great, and now she's bad.
I was gonna say Deadpool, but then I found out. But then I figured out. Well,
Deadpool's
it's funnier.
pansexual.
Yeah, it's fun. I think it's funnier that way because then he has to sometimes hide it, but then he's open about it, but then he hides it, and then he's open about it.
Well, okay. Ben,
his closet is a revolving door.
Yeah, if it was any other character, I would have been upset. But because this is Deadpool, I'm like, yeah, that actually kind of fits with
best
Deadpool.
for the joke. It's like Bugs Bunny, you know?
But
Everybody sees
beyond
Bugs Bunny
that,
dress up in drag, and it's like, oh yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
But like
Right,
continuing on with the point I was trying to make is that the comic book industry is in dire. Oh, sorry,
straits, yeah.
Yeah, and they're in dire straits. They've done a lot of stupid decisions from hiring bad writers, hiring writers that aren't even a fan of comic books, hiring writers that don't even know who the characters they're writing for. Oh, let's not forget they're hiring writers who hate the characters they're writing for as well.
Hang on, Gizmo. Are you talking about Marvel Comics or are you talking about the Halo TV show?
For real, it's a growing issue that's for some reason just stuck in the comic book business. So, because with video games and anime,
video games have that problem too, where
they have that problem, but it's not that dire because
343 Industries hired people who didn't like Halo to work on Halo, and they changed it into something else.
With the video game industry, it's easily rectified because you realize they realize their mistakes a lot faster and a lot.
That's
true
because you only need like one in the video game industry. You only need like one big bomb for people to realize, oh shit, this isn't working. For comics, you have bad stories go on for bad stories and bad trends go on for damn near a decade. Now
Operation Anxiety is a good example because that went on for 12 issues.
I'll be back. Try not to get too far off topic while I go. Ben,
what I was trying to say is that
I wanted to make.
Okay, go ahead.
So my second point was, if Superman does bomb at the box office, if it does, I'm not going to say if it will. I think personally, but anything can happen in this crazy fucking world. But if Superman bombs, Supergirl is dead on arrival. Because people are going to look at Superman and associate it, or Supergirl, and associate it with the failure of Superman. And they're going to be like, oh, that's going to be on the same level of quality. This is going to suck. And everyone's going to skip it.
I hate the fact that you're actually right about that. And I really hate the fact that it's going to. Because, think about it like this. If, let's say, because if Spider-Man has a lot of allies, from the on and off with Black Cat, Nick Fury, sometimes
Wolverine.
The Punisher, Wolverine, Human Torch. If someone were to say, I don't know, make Spider-Man 4, like Raimi's Spider-Man 4 that he wanted to make, and then it bombs.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, well, we're going to make a movie about Black Cat. And then they're like, oh, well, that's going to bomb because it coincides with Spider-Man, and because he's related to Spider-Man, I mean, it's going to bomb. It's like, no, why would that ever make sense? Just because it's related to Spider-Man? No. You should, because
like it's at the same time. At the same time, relation to a character isn't a guarantor of success either. Like Madam Web and Kraven both flopped.
That's what they should be thinking. That's the mindset they should be having, though, because just because a character has some relation to like the main character, the main hero of another movie, of another series, that does not always mean that it's going to either be a flop or a success depending on what happened to that movie. Like, for example, like I said, Spider-Man, right? Like, let's say Spider-Man 4 happened and it was a bomb, and Black Cat and the Black Cat movie was announced. I think
Black Cat would fail because people would just be like, oh, it's another Spider-Man related villain film, and the last 5 have been garbage.
Okay, but that shouldn't be the mindset. The mindset should be, who is this character? Is this movie going to bomb or is it going to succeed? It shouldn't be immediately, oh, well, it's going to bomb because this other movie bombs.
Right, yeah.
It's the same, because
because that's not how audiences think. Like, people aren't... Green
No,
Lantern...
but that's how they do. That's how they do think. That's how they do think. Unfortunately, and that's the thing. What I'm trying to get at, because
let me tag in
Thunderbolts, for example.
Well, yeah, that's actually a really good example. But I was gonna say, like, Green Lantern's failure did not have an impact on the success of The Dark Knight, for instance,
or the success of Deadpool.
No, so okay, let me tag in.
That probably helped
so,
Deadpool,
look,
actually.
So
Let Jai talk.
Yeah,
I am willing to. I'm less inclined to believe that there is a possibility that Supergirl could fail due to Superman's failure, and that's only because the general audience are aware of Supergirl past tense due to her series, and the reason is that Supergirl series was basically performing better in some cases than most of the other CW shows, second only to The Flash. And then you go on to the fact that, okay, depending on how they market this movie, because again, marketing is a key factor here, and it all depends on how do they want to handle this, because this is going to be Supergirl's, very much like Superman, this is Supergirl's second outing and second reboot, this is her third reboot that she's had, but this is her second solo outing. And if they they can strategically keep it away from Superman, then that's actually better for the film itself, because you want to have this character stand on its own, so that way its chances of success are better. Because, okay, just bottom line, right now, we're 1 week out from release, and this movie has a lot to overcome in just that short week, because Jurassic Park Rebirth has already been doing
$100 million
the rounds
at the box office.
It's already.
By the way, that's a good.
Here's the thing. Here's
that's
the
a
crazy,
good
here's
segue
the
into
craziest
reading
part.
the chat here. Hang on. Jurassic World Rebirth was actually really good, much better than the Gunn Simpson RT tried to make it out to be.
Yes. I'm gonna interrupt you for a second, Jay, if you don't mind. People were really desperately trying to downplay Rebirth. Gunn stands were review bombing it. They were saying, "Oh, it's not even going to make $100 million in its first weekend domestically." It's not only going to hit way over $100 million domestically. It's already earned $100 million in its first 2 days, and we're not talking Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, we're not talking
Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah, we're talking previews. We're talking preview screenings. We're not talking. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That film's got legs.
Yeah, no, exactly, and it will. It's going to stay. It's going to stay in that number 2 spot. I guarantee you. But here's the thing: Superman has been fluctuating with its box office predictions. That you honestly have to look at this movie and ask, what can it reasonably hit within its first weekend? Now, Box Office Theory came out with their last prediction for the movie. They said that they are predicting that the movie has a chance of either hitting $130 to $171 million. If the movie...
I need to counter you on this real quick. The same people that said that, and again, this is the exact same source. They said that it wouldn't even reach $100 million on its first weekend overall.
No, yes, but exactly. So
they said Rebirth wouldn't. I'm sorry, I fucked up my word.
Kevin wants to ask us how we feel about Gobasic Punk. I have not watched that yet. I will check that out.
I want to watch it, but
what was the question?
It's a YouTube poop.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it. Like Box Office Fury, which is giving me 170 something million for Superman, also said that Jurassic World within its first 3 days would not even get close to 100 million. It's already there within 2 days. So that site is just
that's where my point is driving at. The predictions for this movie are all over the goddamn place. It's repeating. It's repeating the same patterns as Superman Returns. Superman Returns...
It's also repeating the same patterns as The Flash did for predictions.
Yep.
Yes, Superman Returns did $55 million on its opening weekend. That's $55 million on what is essentially a $200 to $300 million budget. And that was already seen as a flop. WB already discounted it as a flop. Batman Begins, that same year, it made, as I said, $48 million. WB saw that as a win, and the movie
and we have to say that
not
opening
only
weekend, $58 million,
yes,
not total.
Yes, no, not total. Batman Begins made back its budget and and broke even in domestic terms, but it didn't break even overall. But it still had the rave reviews, and it still did well on merchandising. Superman did not, but Superman 2025 now is under that same pattern, because if the movie does not make even 80 to 90 million dollars, then this movie is dead in the water, and it's only going to get worse, because now you got to look at
one more time.
So I said, if the movie can't even make its $90 million projection, then it's dead in the water.
Oh yeah,
because
100%.
Because now you also have to look at it like this: Fantastic Four: First Steps saw an increase in its box office prediction. It now has been forecasted to make more in its opening weekend than Superman.
I believe it. Let me interject here. I've been keeping an eye on how many seats are being sold between Jurassic, Superman, and Fantastic Four. And what I noticed recently is two things. One, Jurassic has picked up ever so slightly, and it's getting a lot of surprise pickup seats recently. I originally thought it was going to do worse than Superman because it was doing terribly pre-sale wise. I was wrong. But what I've noticed from the very beginning since pre-sale started, Fantastic Four: First Steps has been absolutely fucking destroying everything around it. Starting from June 4th, seats and entire screenings have been completely selling out. Like, it's not even a contest. I would compare it to, like, the most popular screening in my town for Superman. I compared it to Fantastic Four. Superman doesn't even have 25% of how much that screening sold for Fantastic Four. So I totally believe projection went up. That film's going to explode in its first weekend. 100%.
Yes. No, yes. So this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, and this is where the marketing for this film is starting to show. Because you compare, just looking at these clips that are being released, which, by the way, this is not a good sign. This is not a good sign that we are seeing more and more clips get released and not anything else to help promote it, because Fantastic Four has been making the rounds with its commercials better than Superman. And Jurassic Park Rebirth, history tells us that the Jurassic Park series have a guaranteed success rate of making profit, because the general audience are not the critics. The general audience, the families, the kids, they love dinosaurs.
I was going to say,
yeah.
You want to know? Hang on. I want to
so
ask
much
you.
So
you
that Hasbro tries to keep pushing dinosaurs into Power Rangers.
Yes. Do you want to?
Much to my chagrin.
Do you want to know who really loves dinosaurs, though? Like, who really, really loves them? The international box office. Let me give you an example. I'm going to read this directly off of box office numbers. So Jurassic World Dominion, which did the worst of the world films currently, that made domestically $376 million. Take a guess what the international numbers are without looking it up. Take a guess.
I'm just going to say 500 million.
$625 million.
Yeah,
close.
So, yeah, pretty close.
A little under double of the domestic, but still absolutely gigantic. Now, will the same pattern repeat for the new one? I do want to get this point out of the way. If the same pattern goes for Jurassic World internationally and it explodes in that box office, Superman is going to lose in every international market against Jurassic.
Right, because, okay, look, there are two films, I've said this before, and I'll say it again, there are two films that have been predicted to make $1 billion this summer. Both of them, it's Jurassic Park Rebirth, which is 100% feasible because the movie has already made $100 million in 2 days. So that means it's got legs. It has the potential to at least come close to 700, maybe 900 million by the time its theatrical run is done.
I don't think it's going to make $1 billion, but it's going to get very, very close. It is right under Lilo and Stitch and Minecraft's numbers, so it's going to have.
This is still making money
now. Superman. Superman is the other film that is projected to make $1 billion, and it's not just because the insiders are saying it. It's because WB internally have been saying this. We are right back to where we were when it came to Man of Steel, because Man of Steel, this movie, had to make $1 billion to be a profit for the higher-ups of the company, and we're in that same notion here. Now, from what Ben told me, the movie has to
hang on. So Man of Steel, hang on for a second. I have to correct something. Man of Steel had to make $1 billion for it to be a success in the eyes of the people at the top of the company.
Yes.
Man of Steel made a profit from the product placement alone. The Sears, the Sears, the 7-Eleven, and the rest of that. Now,
Sears ain't around anymore, though.
No,
let me take over.
But I have to say here. Now, what Bender's saying...
Let him finish. Let Alex finish.
What Bender's saying about Superman here, that tracks, because we're talking... I don't care what James Gunn says. The state of Ohio has documents that say it's $363 million. That's what Warner Brothers signed. Which Warner Brothers signed under penalty of perjury. So we're gonna go with they're not lying about how much their budget was. They also
committing tax fraud.
Or yeah, it could be. $250 million marketing. The movie has to make $1 billion for it to break even in terms of
1.4 billion.
It has to make over $1 billion for it to be a success for the studio. It has to make over $1 billion for it to make any money at all, especially considering how theaters have kind of changed things in the wake of COVID and the wake of the Disney 75% box office take that they were hogging.
I've had people insult me over this, but when you look at sometimes they'll reveal like how much profit, like Moana 2, I ran my 60% numbers on that. I had an $8 million margin of error on that. That is very fucking close. So like there's a lot of evidence to show that yes, they do take 60% now. Yes, it's because of COVID and streaming. There's a lot of proof to this, and I don't know why people get really...
It's also down to the fact that
theater chains need to keep going. Following The Force Awakens, Disney started asking for 75 to 100% of box office take on every film that they released, and the theaters were supposed to make money on the snacks and stuff. Now, people, despite what people
and popcorn buckets nowadays.
Yeah, and popcorn buckets and cups and shit. Somewhere I have a Shazam 2 commemorative cup that somebody left outside of the movie theater.
I have a confession to make. I bought 3 Jaws popcorn buckets.
Okay,
okay.
Well,
Bender, go ahead. We don't need to talk about popcorn buckets
No.
anymore.
There's one thing. There's something I wanted to mention. So with the Man of Steel thing, it's the same logic the execs use as Capcom did with Resident Evil 7, because that sold so many copies and it was a huge financial success, but Capcom still called it a failure.
Well, it's like with Square Enix and Tomb Raider. They did the same thing. They wanted it to sell more, even though it sold... Hold on, I think Tomb Raider 2013 sold like 3 million copies, and it was still a, quote, disappointment because they spent too much money on it.
I don't even think they didn't lose any money on it. That's the thing. They just wanted a higher number, and it's like, we wanted more money.
Well,
it's purely greed, and which is why in Resident Evil Village they made the game less scary to get more sales, and they were still disappointed when they got more sales on that.
Okay, I have 2 chats here to read from Kevin, and that Fantastic Four is setting itself up for being yet another lame Marvel movie. I don't know. The visual effects look better than this. I'm hoping that it comes out good. Probably not going to be as good as Thunderbolts, but who knows? Pascal keeps damaging his own reputation. And now, frankly, I am not as much of a beta cuck as Pedro Pascal is. I would have walked off the set of The Last of Us
the people he's working for.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'd have
no,
walked off
so-
the set of The Last of Us if I'd known they were going to kill me off in the 3rd episode.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So my original point is that, okay, and I'm not discounting the fact that Man of Steel didn't make money. I do realize it made money.
Yeah.
But we're in a situation here where, okay, this movie internally, it needs to make $1 billion, because here's the thing. Lilo and Stitch is on track to make $1 billion, and WB needs this movie to make $1 billion because all of the chips have been cashed in on this movie, and it needs to pay off in some way. Now, hypothetically, if the movie does not make, let's say, $1.4 billion, like, let's say it's not breaking the top half, if it can just barely manage to make $1 billion, and I mean barely in the sense that it easily crosses
982, 1.1, something like that.
Yes,
I can see them saying
that's what happened with the last Jurassic World film. It just barely broke $1 billion.
I can see them saying that it has buying potential. Well, for a sequel and things like that.
If Superman can make at least $990 million on the low end, WB can at least take that and be like, okay, it didn't make us $1 billion, but let's look at it like this. This movie made not only its budget back, it did make us a small profit, but we can take this, we can work with this, because it is now, look at it from this perspective, it is now the highest grossing Superman movie of all time, and it is now, it outgrossed both Batman Begins and The Batman combined. So you're already setting the bar high with the box office for this one. If it can at least make $800 to $900 million, like similar to the Minecraft movie, that's not the win they wanted, but that is a win. They can spin it to make it seem like, okay, well, it made its production money back, it made its marketing budget back, and we did get a tiny profit. We don't own the profits, but we do get some of those profits. They can take that and they can at least say, okay, you know what? Now we can go on with other projects, because DC's other projects are dependent on this movie making money. And Gunn has tried to deny this and say that's not true, but he can't lie and say that it isn't, because internal experts and just experts on YouTube in general have pointed out that this movie has to make some kind of profit, because WB has been canceling and shifting around different projects. Yeah, they are. It's a final Hail Mary move. This movie is basically going to depend on how many projects DC can reasonably greenlight within a short time. Because
I want to give an example. Look at what happened with Sergeant Rock recently.
Right.
Because that was going to start production. They had the script ready, they had the actors ready, and then Warner Bros. Came in. It's like, oh nope, you're canceled. We're gonna give the production code to the Batman Part 2. In case your universe fails. And we're not. And then James Gunn came out. I was like, no, it's on hold. And it's like, it's on hold because Warner Bros. Came in and said, no, bad dog.
We're not paying Daniel Craig's fee for the film. We don't have that money anymore.
I think. So, but here's the interesting thing. So going back, if this movie, let's say this movie just ends with similar numbers to Man of Steel, if not slightly higher, then that's not good.
No,
and that means
that's less money made in terms of once you adjust for inflation, and it's also less money overall in terms of net profit.
Right. And that means that, okay, let's then fast forward to 2026, because there are only 2 movies coming out in 2026, Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, and Clayface.
both of those films are going to be under a much cheaper budget than this movie, then that means that, okay, if those movies, like, Clayface has a guarantee of making its budget back and making a profit because it is going to have
better.
a low budget. But Supergirl, if Supergirl makes not only its budget back, but it does make a profit under low, because they're going into that movie with low expectations anyway. And if it can surpass their low expectations, that means Supergirl is now going to be the face. That is the one they want to put all of their chips on. And that means that David Superman is going to be relatively given the same treatment that Henry Cavill was, meaning that we're going to mostly put him in team-up movies, and it's going to be difficult for WB to want to greenlight another Superman movie under Gunn's command.
They'll do another World's Finest movie, and then they'll reboot again.
James Gunn was literally teasing that they were going to do a World's Finest movie next. And it's like,
no, well, then guess what? Then the World's Finest. Then if they're talking, if WB's like, okay, who's in this World's Finest? Oh, Superman and Batman. No. What do you mean no? No to Superman, yes to Batman. Maybe you can put Supergirl in there. Supergirl and Batman, World's Finest. Okay, but
my God, they would do that.
Yeah, because you have to look at it from their perspective. Because Supergirl made money; it actually made them a profit. They want to cash in on Supergirl. They want her to be what leads this franchise now. Superman has lost his opportunity.
If that happens, we've gone in a circle again, because they literally were going to replace Henry Cavill with Supergirl at one point.
Okay, so I have some chats I have to read out. Kevin says, "Careful, gents. Capcom might sue you guys for hurting their feelings." Okay, feel free to. Shinji Mikami.
You're thinking of Naughty Dog.
Shinji Mikami can come to my house. Not a fucking Neil Druckmann can come to my house too. I'm pretty sure I can beat both of them up.
It's Shinji perplexing
Shinji Mikami's a cool guy. He's not gonna come to my house and try to beat me up over a Capcom game. And then
it's
Kevin
so perplexing that we have to. Oh, good.
James Gunn also apparently thinks anybody who criticizes him are 12-year-old Indian boys.
Oh, we need to talk about that.
Well, we can talk about that later, but yeah, Gizmo, go ahead.
We'll talk about that during
I was just trying to. I was just trying to say it's really perplexing that we have to discuss a Superman movie in a manner like this, because it should not be this hard to make a Superman motion picture. Because look, when Christopher Reeves appeared in the what?
Reeve.
Oh, it's Reeve.
Reeves was George.
Yeah.
Oh, Christopher. Yeah. When Christopher Reeve appeared in the very first official Superman movie. Well, the fans would think so anyway.
1978.
Yeah. But people still consider it the official. Well, whatever. As I was saying, when the Superman the movie debuted, it should have been clear as day what Superman was about. Truth, justice, the American way, apple pie, give everyone hope, and always doing the right thing, even if it, that kind of thing. And okay, sure. On the surface level, on the highest of surface levels, like you're fucking hovering above the sky, Superman may look boring. So, but if you look into it, Superman is a very complex character, just as complex as Batman. That's why people love Batman. He's just a human being who's traumatized by what happened in his past. So he dedicates his entire life so no one else has to suffer that way. Right. And he's so talented that he not only created the Justice League, but constantly partners up with people not only technically more advanced than him, but also more physically and mentally powerful than he is, power-wise.
Yeah, surround yourself with people better than you.
Yeah, so, okay.
So why is it that nobody bothers to even look deep into Superman lore when everyone's up Batman's ass.
Well, so okay.
Here's what
So
I have the
and
answer
look, it's
to
not
that.
like it's not like it's unavailable. There's a lot of DVDs, VHS, and like Blu-rays out there of his movies and TV shows. There's pirate sites of his movies and TV shows. There's his comic
Right.
books, the graphic novels. There's even cards within the action figures that some of them come in that give
Yeah.
you more detail. There's fucking video games
Right.
and like
So I
fan
can
websites
answer this.
that tell you a lot more Superman details than even the creators of Superman would care to tell you.
Yeah.
Tell you, hell,
So-
people actually can tell you how much people argue about when it comes to Superman's dick size, and I'm not kidding you. Whenever a live action Superman movie comes out. And
Right.
people
Okay.
still think Superman's a boring character. I think that's also part of the problem. People still think he's boring.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and answer that question. So before I do, I'm going to have to read off Kevin's chat here. Here, he says, it shouldn't be, but because people are still ass mad about Henry Cavill doing what Christopher Reeve did, but more justified 12 years later, or somehow, Gizmo, it's become rocket science. Now, I'm going to add on to that. I will say here, Superman the movie was a difficult nut to crack for the people involved. So they went through a bunch of different versions of that script. The original draft was like 400 something pages. Now, I don't know if any of you guys know what that equates to in terms of movie terms, but usually that's about 400. No, that's 400 minutes. That's longer than 4 hours. 4 hours is 240 minutes. That is almost 8 hours worth of movie there.
Right. So okay.
So and the thing is, like, people are always asking the question, how do I make Superman interesting? And the answer they always give is, well, let's do something else, rather than, okay, so let's go back to the comics and boil it down to the essentials. So what they're always doing for new interpretations of Superman, and they do this, sometimes they do this where people like JMS for Superman Earth 1, J. Michael Straczynski, for Superman Earth 1, boiled him down to basics and did some very simple encounter, or
he's basically Fleischer Superman.
Essentially, yeah. So go read Earth 1 Superman by J. Michael Straczynski. It's a really good comic series. Unfortunately, I think they only had, like, what, 3-4 issues?
Yeah.
Well,
it's also going to mention.
It's too short.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'll let you finish. Oh, okay. No. So, okay. I also just want to say this. We did mention this. The Reeve influence on this movie has been felt, and that's because I do want to say the reason it couldn't be more plain. It couldn't be more plainly obvious, but I really hate to say it like this. But the shadow of Reeve on Superman is still felt to this day, almost 50 years later. And
I can agree to that.
Here's the interesting thing, is that when DC Studios was first set up last year, what was the first movie that they put out? It was the fact that it was a documentary on Christopher Reeve and his struggles and his life story. And that documentary that was released in theaters for a short time, it was doing so much. It was making so much money and doing the rounds that WB picked it up and agreed to give it a longer distribution cycle just so it could have a chance at being nominated for an Oscar. And James Gunn had to convince them to buy that movie because there was a bidding war on who would get that movie.
Man.
And WB did not have it initially.
That's
Gunn
fucking stupid.
It's really stupid.
James
Gunn W. You know it's bad when he has sense in this case.
Yes, and they were so impressed by what this documentary was doing that they were like, okay, let's give it a longer shelf life in theaters, and that was a huge win for them. So what that means is that if this movie ironically can't crack it, then that just means that it is always going to be Reeve that is basically dominating in modern Superman movies, because no other than Man of Steel, no other movie can even come close to that kind of staying power.
Right.
Or love.
Yeah.
Yes, love too.
Yeah, that actually kind
but
of
I think
brings me back to
that's
what I was talking about, because so
I think
the
it's
thing
dangerous,
about
though.
it is, so the thing about, and speaking of dangerous and making a Superman film, as I've been flipping back and forth through this, I have noticed something. These sets and these animatronics, they look really nice, but we don't get any of those, like, glory shots that we...
No.
And I know this is preview material and whatnot, but at the same time, we don't... The film is shot, the way this film is shot reminds me of Thor the Dark World.
Yeah,
because
Thor
the Dark World had all of the beautiful, amazing, intricately crafted sets from Thor 1, but it was shot by a second unit photographer who mostly does like in-betweeny stuff, and they had the in-betweeny stuff as the entire fucking movie. And now this is also bringing me back to a lot of this looks like
look at the background.
It's rich. Well, yeah, I can see that
look
here.
At the robots. Yeah, look at the robots in the background. Those are CGI.
Detailing.
Those. Yeah, it's good. No, but see, that's interesting because you can tell that the background. You can tell that they're on a set, but then when you look in the far background, you can tell that it's obvious composite shots.
Yeah.
But the robots we're seeing, those are 3 fully functional animatronic robots that the actors have to speak through on a headset for their voice to come out.
Now, I'm not necessarily suggesting that you do everything as CGI, because obviously, it's nice to see animatronics like this, but K2SO from Rogue One, take some notes about that, because K2SO
is motion captured,
is mocapped and looks really good. But the thing is, everything that's in here reminds me of Richard Lester's footage in Superman 2. It reminds me of Superman 3, where you've just got... It's all cheap and goofy seeming, which is funny because Richard Lester can do majestic and epic. It's just that he didn't on Superman.
Yes, and I would make the argument, like, I love the original Dick Donner Superman movie, but objectively, if you were to ask me which is the better Reeve movie, I would say it's Superman 2, Richard Lester's cut, because Richard Lester's cut is, even though he didn't like Superman, he still made a good movie, and it's better structured.
Oh, you don't like the Richard Donner cut? Oh my God, you don't like Superman.
I'd say that you'd have to go about halfway between the Lester and Donner cuts of Superman 2 to get a good movie out of it. I don't think that any... Kevin and I are share of what is probably a controversial opinion at this point, that Man of Steel is the only good live-action Superman film.
No nuts.
Because of various issues with Superman the movie, Superman 2, both cuts, and then obviously, Superman 3 and 4. As a Superman fan, I could never stand... Like, I loved Christopher Reeve's performance as Superman, but that was the one thing I could pluck out of 4 garbage trash heap films.
Right. So
I don't
my whole
agree
thing of it is
one being.
I
personally think one is a really
Superman
good
1.
film.
Superman 1 is a disaster. It's not a complete movie.
I think it's still. Okay,
it still holds up, I believe.
Yeah, it still holds up. I think you're the only one here that dislikes it.
And because here's the thing. Okay, so I mentioned the vignette thing, but here's the thing. Dick Donner is the one who set that up. Superman.
That's an issue that I have with Superman the movie. But I have to bring up.
That's why I like.
Speaking of vignette. Look at the edges of the screen here. There's vignette around the edges of the screen in every single shot. Every single fucking shot of this film has a blue vignette around it, and they've changed some things about the color grading of this film between the first trailer that we got and now. And some shots Yeah, some shots look way better now that they've pulled out, they've toned down some of the teal color grading and the shadows and the highlights, and they've brought out some of the more warmer oranges and whatnots, and it makes the skin tones look richer. It makes a lot of stuff look better, but they've also fucked up. They've also fucked up a bunch of the dark shots, and now
because
the dark shots look worse.
Okay, so that's why. Here's my.
I won't.
Sorry, Ben. Real quick, and then I'll let you go.
Yeah.
Just real quick. It's a quick point. Now I understand why the cinematographer from The Flash is on this, because what James is trying to do, he's trying to capture the cinematography color set vignette style that Dick had on his film from over 40 years ago, but it's a more contemporary, modern approach. Because you look at the shot, it looks like it's trying to do what Dick Donner did in the 70s.
Yeah, it's a very 70s composition. This entire film has a lot of compositions, like a bunch of wide master shots where everything is in frame that you can see. But the thing about master shots is that you're supposed to build the scene around them if you're using them. You're not supposed to have scenes comprised entirely of different master shots, Even in the 70s, you didn't have scenes comprised entirely of things filmed in the master. That was more of a 50s thing.
Right, before Ben said, and that's why, again, I like Superman 2's look more, because it looks better. It looks better than Superman 1. At least they had a good cinematographer for that. Even though I'm not saying the cinematography in Superman 1 was bad. It's just it always took a while for me to gel with, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I understand that.
I get it.
I like
an older film. I personally like how those older films are filmed. I think Superman still stands out really well.
No, but what was your original point you were going to make, Ben?
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Right. I want to make a point, because there's this common criticism, because people would like to make fun of the Snyder movies for being all edgy and dark. Alex, I want you to pull up the first image I sent you on stream. Don't pull up the second one I sent. I want to make a comparison. I don't know if you're pulling it up on stream, actually.
Hang on.
Pull it up
I think he is, yeah.
Pull it up on our end.
There we go.
Show it on our.
I don't need this.
Yeah. Okay. Don't open up anything. Don't open up the second image. Don't open up the second image. Just wait right here. This is what I expected Gunn's Superman movie to look like, right? Because a lot of his films, even his Guardians films, have a lot of color and life to them, right?
Guardians 1 and 2 did. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 was shot by the same guy who did this movie. Completely.
Yeah, no, you're right. Okay, that's a fair point. But 1 and 2 at least had a lot of color, and that's what James Gunn wanted to do, or at least that's what he said. And this is what you expect, right? Get the second image up. This is what it looks like. This is what James Gunn's Superman currently looks like. It looks corporate and lifeless.
I saw somebody say, and there's a Progressive insurance commercial that's ties into this film. And I saw somebody say that this movie and Captain Falcon versus Red Hulk looks like, they look like the whole thing was filmed to be an insurance commercial. And we have to go back to the Man of Steel Carl's Jr. ad now, because that has
full circle moment.
Yeah, full circle moment here, but that has more interesting visual. More of an interesting look to it than... it's really funny. Oh, come on. It's really funny, because this here really evokes the way the Reds popped up. Like, this edit here really evokes the way the Reds popped in Man of Steel. Because the Reds were front and center. You could see the red hues on the suit. Before you could see almost anything else, which is... I think that had to have been a direct response to Superman Returns having a maroon cape and maroon pants and boots. It's a shame, because I like that suit, but it just has bad colors.
I think it's a shame, because I think Returns has better color grading than this film has, and Returns is not a good film by any means, but I think Metropolis...
No, I'm willing to
way
agree with
better.
that, which I think Returns slightly has better color palette. I can agree to that.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't want to rant about Returns because I have a bone to pick with that movie after watching it recently. But after this clip, Alex, we need to talk about certain recent events that have happened.
Yes.
Recently.
I was going to talk some more about the things behind Superman the movie, but I will have to be right back. I have to go to the restroom again, so I will be back momentarily. I'm drinking a lot of water right now to make up for all the dehydration from yesterday.
Yeah, no, I've been drinking. It's been a hard day today. I drink like so much water that I've been going to the bathroom so many times. I'm more water than I am man right now. But I was gonna make a point while he was gone. Now I don't remember what my point was going to be.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Alex went to the bathroom.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna play the lowest clip, and then we're going to talk about recent events that have happened with this movie, because they don't spell a good...
So what I was going to say, sorry if I'm interrupting anything.
No,
what
you're
I was
good.
going to say before we got on one of our many side tangents was that one of the things that I dislike about Superman the movie... Yeah, okay, so hang on. And Kevin says, but where's the dog? Yeah. Now, Alex, imagine that iconic rear naked choke scene followed by the neck snap, only for Superman to immediately snap it back into place and then repeat the process. That's the R-rated Superman film I'm sure everybody wanted. But yeah, so the thing about
you watched how it should have ended recently.
Yeah. So, one thing that really bothers me about Superman the movie that has been bothered me constantly is not as much as the ending. The ending is atrocious, but the thing that really bothers me is how much money that film spent on things that shouldn't have even been shot, that were ultimately edited out of the film. Because that movie spent a lot... The reason why that film went over budget and why Richard Donner had to stop production on Superman 2 to finish up Superman 1 for its theatrical release was because it spent so much money on set pieces that should have been set pieces in animatronics and costumes and makeup and things that just didn't need to be in the film, and you wouldn't have known were in the film if you hadn't seen the 3-hour TV cut that Kevin and I watched back when we did this for unofficial commentary back in the day. And
you watched the Justice League cut?
We watched the 3-hour television cut that was made for the TV airing of the film. And it's informative as to how much money was wasted on things that never saw the light of day until the TV version and until the Blu-ray version that they released not too long ago. But yeah, so we're gonna watch this clip here now.
An awkward cut. Why? Oh God! I didn't realize this was here. No, the plot leak is real.
Is that Jimmy Olsen?
Yes, that's Jimmy Olsen without the red hair.
Why? Red, dark.
I need to add some context. So in the plot leak, it said that all the ladies are interested in Jimmy.
Yes, Jimmy's a player.
Yeah,
he is.
Yeah.
No, really. He actually is.
I know he is.
A lot of girls in the comics.
But, the plot leak makes it worse.
But
we'll get.
I find
that makes it worse.
This editing I find incredibly awkward because we cut from Lois and Clark having a conversation. Now, them, of course, being two of our primary characters in the film.
Sure.
I feel like we should get some kind of focus on them.
Yeah,
but instead, Clark's desk is over here to the right. Lois is nowhere to be seen, and we're cutting to Jimmy Olsen rizzing up some chicks over here.
But again, you can see from these clips what was re-edited, because I bet this scene was supposed to play out differently in the original edited version, but now they had to chop it up.
Well, regardless of that, this film has, like I said, very odd cinematography. It's shot like an MCU film, not one of the good ones.
It's done by an MCU director.
So we've got a medium close, maybe we've got a wide shot of them, like a medium close of Jimmy. No, yeah, okay, so I don't based on
spelled out.
So based on this sequence here, Bender, I don't think you're necessarily correct, because Jimmy is looking at in the scene where he's like doing the hey, how you doing to the chicks. He's also looking at the thing. Yeah. He's also looking at the thing. Bravia? Oh, whatever. Baravia. Oh, God. I just realized I don't have audio for this. Give me a second.
It's fine.
Well, no, you guys can hear it. It's just the,
Yeah. As long as everyone can hear us. Imagine if it was just you talking, no one could hear us.
Yeah, like on the Borderlands stream, yeah.
I
still have to edit that first 10 minutes.
I upload that footage for you, by the way.
I have it downloaded, yeah.
Awesome.
Wonder what?
As great as he is, maybe Superman didn't completely think through the ramifications of the Bravia thing.
Well, if this guy is even from Bravia.
What do you mean? His name is the Hammer of Bravia.
Yeah, I doubt his parents named him that, Jimmy.
I don't like this dialogue. I have to be perfectly fair.
Yeah,
the dialogue, it's too MCU-ish. It's too, it's like something out of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
No. Gizmo, I have to say no, because I love Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I love, for as much as I will bag on Joss Whedon now,
it's too bantery, though. That's what I'm saying.
This line would not have made it into Buffy, though.
Alex, I'm putting my hand on your shoulder. Buffy the Vampire was never good.
Bullshit.
Ben?
I'm joking. I'm fucking with you.
I will throw you.
I was about to say, take your goddamn hand off my shoulder. I have a degree in hurting people.
I have a degree in whoop ass.
I only have one. Alex, I only have one thing to say to you.
Is that a Superman mug in the background? At least they're using Superman's symbol from this movie, as opposed to what they did in
that's
a bunch
Kingdom
of the other
Come
ones.
symbol.
Here's a funny idea. What if the bootlegs were of the older logos in the previous films?
So like in Suicide Squad, where they had the Tim Burton Batman symbol for Batfleck.
Yeah.
Or in Shazam, where they had just random movie merch that they had laying around.
On the surface, only on the surface level would it be kind of funny.
We have no clue what
It would. It only works in certain ideas.
Always kicking Superman's ass.
He didn't completely kick Superman's ass.
So I have to mention here. So first, yeah, this line is awful. David Corenswet is not this bad of an actor.
Yeah, here's something I noticed. He's not being allowed to use his natural voice. And his natural voice fits both Clark and Superman really well.
Yeah. Well, he did a really good Andre the Giant impression in his little arm wrestling competition that they had to promote this film. That was really good, and his normal speaking voice is it's very Superman. It's very It's very
he
Clark
looks
Kent.
the part too.
But
I could totally buy him being Superman, but then you give him that weird hair.
Well, what they're doing here is they're having him like sort of turn up the sort of dry, raspy, and turn up his like the strain, like, trying to have it. It sounds like he's doing an Anakin Skywalker impression.
Yeah.
Why do you guys say like that?
Well, because it sounds like Matt Lucas's Anakin Skywalker.
Yep.
But more specifically, his Superman voice is also incredibly stilted. It's like, I mentioned this when we were looking at the first trailer. The first line we hear of him doing the Superman voice is ADR. It doesn't match up. Because they have him going from this stupid fake Clark Kent voice to down here where he's more Superman, more Miss Lane. That kind of thing. And granted, you know, it's
like Christopher
difficult.
Reeve?
Not difficult. If you're a talented enough voice actor to do in the scene, in the moment transitions, but you know, they're trying to pull off the Christopher Reeve thing, and they didn't have the wherewithal to do it correctly, I think.
I wanted to say this a while ago, but they should really. I wanted to say this a while ago. They should really get off Christopher Reeve's nuts at this point.
Yeah.
Like I get it. I get it. He's like the definitive Superman, like right next to Henry Cavill. But you realize he's not the only. Yeah, but again, you realize he's not the only Superman out there, right? There's the Superman and Lois. There's the guy before him, George Reeves. And then there's like the animated Superman. There's the animated Superman.
I still think Tyler Hoechlin is the best Superman of the 20.
Tyler Hoechlin is really good.
Phenomenal.
You notice how Batman doesn't have this problem because
I was going to say because with
because you notice that when people try to compare Batman to when they try to compare any recent Batman actor to every, like, say the oldest one, it's never anyone like Adam West. It's always Keaton, but never always like a direct comparison or trying to like live up to Michael Keaton. Like it's always like they're sticking to comic book Batman, and you notice how like two of the best Batman everyone has always writing is either Michael Keaton or Kevin Conroy, but they never ever try to up them, and they never intend to, or they never even intend to try to up them either. When it comes to Superman, they always try to live up to Christopher Reeve and only Christopher Reeve. It's just Christopher Reeve. They always try to pay homage to Christopher Reeve. There's even a comic book artist that made Superman look exactly like Christopher Reeve.
Yeah, I know.
It's
I know what you're talking about. It's
why?
Jeff Johns,
Yeah, it's so
Superman
weird.
Secret Origins. Superman Secret Origins draws adult Christopher Reeve face on child Clark Kent body. And unlike how they did it in Superman the movie, because here's the thing, young Clark Kent is in Superman the movie, you could have drawn off of how he looked in there. Speaking of which, ADR Christopher Reeve did over the actor who played young Superman in that movie, way better than some of the ADR we see these days, and that was in 1978. Oh yeah. You were saying about Batman, yeah. So
because like it's never Adam West, because Adam West is his own kind of Batman. But even then, nowadays they're trying to like embrace the goofy side of Batman with stuff like Batman Brave and the Bold, the sequel to Batman 67 or Batman 69, I think, or Batman 67, where it was an animated movie.
Return of the Cape Crusaders.
To the Crosswalk, where Adam West provided his voice two more movies. But when it comes to like
Batman versus Two-Face, which was fucking awesome.
But when it comes to like the more serious Batman movies, your Batman Begins, your The Batman Show, your The Batman Movie, stuff like that. They never try and create a Batman that'll pay homage or try and upend Kevin Conroy or Michael Keaton. But with Superman, they always try to do everything Christopher Reeve or nothing. It's never it's never like the other voices. It's never the other actors. It's just Christopher Reeve. It's kind of odd to me.
Gizmo, you're right. And the only time they've done something like that for Batman was Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, where they tried to make it more like Adam West, more like the Adam West TV show there. And they fucked it up. They found out that nobody wanted that.
Well, no, that's different because they were expecting more of the same because of how much they liked Batman and as well as Batman Returns. Yeah,
No,
they
I
were expecting
understand that.
those. They didn't like it because they were expecting those kind of Batman movies.
Yeah, but the studio is still chasing that kind of thing. And here's the thing: people aren't really expecting like this. I brought this up before, and I've seen this again. And like, this isn't just seeing something in a recording. This is out in the real world. People are like, man, I don't know what this new Superman thing is about. I don't know. I was like, what does this have to do with Black Adam? What does this have to do with Justice League? What does this have to do with Man of Steel? Well, people are asking these questions because I talk to people all the time and talk about movies that are coming out and whatnot. And I've had one person speak to me positively about Superman, and he's kind of on the fence about it. And everybody else, I'm talking about 2025. I'm not talking about the character in general. So yeah, and everybody else is like, oh man, where's Cavill? Is like, who's this guy? What the fuck is going on? How does this relate to Justice League?
Here's the funny thing. Fox News earlier in the year did a poll asking if people wanted a new Superman or wanted Cavill back. It was like over 90% wanted Cavill back.
Yeah.
Not a great look for that movie.
I mean, it makes sense because Henry Cavill really didn't have his time in the sun because he only had one. He had one solo movie, one versus movie, and then an appearance in a team up movie. That's it. And like
a cameo in Black Adam.
A cameo in Black Adam and a cameo in the shadows, sort of, kind of, maybe in Peacemaker, but if you really count that, and like compare that to Christopher Reeve, the Superman movie, Superman 2, Superman 3, Superman 4, and then his appearance in Smallville when he was still in the chair, and then his documentary released a couple months ago?
Yes.
Like a month or two ago? Yeah, it's like he's got 4, 5, 6 roles. One of them is a documentary. One of them is a TV show cameo where he played a role in revealing the Smallville Clark Kent's alien identity. And he had 4 very major Superman roles in 4 Superman movies. Man of Steel was the only solo Superman movie Henry Cavill ever had, and that movie was good. That movie was really good, and I love it. I still think Henry Cavill is one of the best Supermen out there, but the problem is Hollywood doesn't think so. Either Hollywood doesn't think so, or they're just not Superman fans and don't know what else to do. I think it's both.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know the character, how are you it's like, if I don't know the character, how are you expecting me to love him and do something with him if I'm a part of Hollywood? So that makes sense, but at the same time, you already had a big Superman star in your industry make 4 successful movies, while 2 of them, the last 2 being bad. You should know how to make a Superman movie and then go off of that. And yet they're clueless on how to let Henry Cavill make another one? Dude, it boggles the mind. Yeah, but dude,
that's what it comes down to.
4
This is why
Superman movies.
Well,
Christopher Reeve has
Superman
been in 4
movie
Superman movies.
Well, yeah, but I was gonna say this all comes back to this is why Superman the movie had such a messy production. This is why Superman 2 changed directors. This is why Superman 3 was such a mess. It's why Superman 4 exists in its state. It's why they canceled 3 separate versions of Superman Lives. It's why they canceled the Superman Flyby and the Superman whatever the other one was, because there was the J.J. Abrams one and then there was whatever the other one was.
But at least with the last 2 Superman movies that Christopher Reeve was in, they took chances. Bad chances, but they took chances, and those movies were still successful.
Did things. They fucking made movies.
Yeah, they made money too.
Like Superman 4 is bad, but we can say like Superman 4 got made. Superman Lives never got made. Superman And Flyby never got made. Man of Tomorrow never got made.
I don't know what it is.
I have
feel
to
like
say
they're
this.
afraid of Superman at this point.
Well, they're afraid of. I don't know what they're afraid of something, but they can't agree on what the path forward is. Because this is why The Flash went through like 5 directors and a whole host of writers before it went to becoming.
Question: Where did Jedi go?
Bender has to go talk to his fiance. He said he's going to be back. But yeah,
hopefully.
Yeah,
I
should have read that out when it happened. But so I have to bring this up. So the reason why, so they can't commit. These people can't commit to anything. This is why Justice League exists. That film should not exist. That film is a mess. Putting aside all of the behind-the-scenes nonsense, that film is a mess because they couldn't decide what they wanted. The film was finished. It is objectively true that they shot everything that they needed to make that film get to release. Zack Snyder shot everything he needed to get that film to release. And they refused to release it. They said that it was unwatchable. And so instead, they spent a bunch more money so that they could lose money on the theatrical release. It's why...
Which was unwatchable.
Yeah. All of this garbage that they keep putting out. Now, the reason why Batgirl is probably never going to see the light of day, the reason why The Flash went through 3 major iterations during filming, and all the other stuff that happened before filming happened, and because, like, the Flash movie was announced back in 2014. It didn't come out for 8 years, I think. And it's like, there is, somewhere out there is a tweet of me, or a direct message of me saying, and this was like 2016, 2017, I think, saying, I will direct the Flash movie for you, Warner Brothers, if it means we get the film finished. But the film was announced back in 2014. You have plenty of Flash comics. You had an actor. All you needed to do was get a writer and a director.
That casting choice, but an actor nonetheless.
You had a person. Fuck. It was like putting aside the fact that Ezra Miller's a fucking psychopath.
He's a tool.
Yeah, he's a goddamn maniac. But he's not bad as Barry Allen. He could have been great. We could have had.
He could have been a Wally West, honestly, or Bart Allen.
Well, yeah, but that's been a DC thing for a while. But yeah, we could have had 4 fucking Flash movies in the time it took them to make 1. In the time it took them to shoot 1, we could have gotten 2. In the time it took for them to not make a Ben Affleck Batman movie, because Ben was announced back in 2014, and rather than using 2014 as like, okay, we're gonna take a Batman comic, we're gonna make that into a movie. Rather than doing that starting in 2014, they went for Batman v Superman. Fine, that's great. Okay, film was done before, between 2014 and 2015. Could have used that time to make another Batman movie. Let him do that. But in the time it took for them on pre-production for that film alone, that Batman movie never came out. The Wonder Woman. There are 2 cuts of Wonder Woman. But Wonder Woman almost didn't get a movie. 2005, Joss Whedon. Yeah, 2005, Joss Whedon had a script written. He was supposed to write and direct Wonder Woman.
Oh no.
No, the script's not bad. I've read the script. It's actually alright. But Joss Whedon reused most of his jokes from that film in Justice League. There's a bunch of gags from Justice League. Sorry, from that script in Justice League. It's him reusing old material. I'm 99% certain that he reused his Infinity War script for that movie as well. That aside, Ben, what the fuck is this Freudian horror story thing that you sent me?
I didn't want you to open that yet. We were going to get to review, and I was going to make a point about it.
Okay, well, we can talk about that later. Let's just watch the Lex Luthor clip.
You need to get... Okay, fine.
Okay, because I want
to...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be...
That cut, this is emblematic of how bad the editing is in this film, because we'll put aside everything the fuck else about this stupid film's stupid editing and all the indecision that they have behind whether it should be an anthology film or not. What the fuck was that cut? Tell me that's not how it's going to go in the final version.
You want to know what my issue is?
What?
Play it again. Play the door speaker.
So here's, I know why they did this. So what they
the point of view of an outsider, like what was that?
Okay, so here's what happens here. So they go from here and they have the thing blow up, and what's happening here is clearly, I'm betting that they, yeah. So we're cutting here. I'm betting what happened was that this is, they're cutting from the actor on like a chair to a stuntman actually falling down. So the chair would be on like, would have some kind of thing that stops it from toppling over, but then they cut like they're trying to do a Texas switch and failing to an actual stuntman, because I don't think that's the same guy. I can't tell. The video's too low resolution, but I don't think that's the same guy. Actually, no, this is their attempt at... I just realized what's going on here. Okay, so this is their attempt. This is their attempt at recreating a Zack Snyder shot, but rather than doing a zoom or a de-zoom, they just cut from one camera to the other without morphing the fucking shots. Because I'm based on how this looks, I'm 99% sure that this film, that these two shots that they cut between here, based on where everything is in relation to each other, and the fact that David is in the same pose from here to there, I think that they I think that they filmed this with two cameras and just smash cut between the two, which isn't how you fucking do things.
Lex, I tried to stop him.
Lex, I tried to stop the world's most powerful superhero.
Okay,
sure.
keep it paused for a second. I have a big issue with this. This
Why would you try to stop Superman?
This scene implies that Superman entered the building, went to the elevator, went up the elevator, walked past and smashed the door.
Yeah, walk past.
You realize that could be him just restraining himself.
If this was lower stakes, like something minor, and he was just trying to piss off Lex Luthor, sure, I might be able to buy that Superman would do this.
That's him restraining himself. You realize that?
I understand that, but there's
Here's the
other
thing. Here's another.
context.
Let me finish. This is Lex Luthor kidnapping Crypto. Why the fuck is he not going through the window? Why is he wasting so much fucking time going through the building, up the elevator, walking all the way to the door, just smash it, instead of just, I don't know, going through the fucking window.
Flying up
Maybe
to
that's
Lex's,
human stuff.
flying
Maybe
up to
that's
Lex's
human side
office.
talking.
Yeah, but Clark Kent has been known to fly up to Lex Luthor's window, and knock on the fucking glass.
Again, that could just be his human side talking. Like he doesn't even think things through. Sort of like how a lot of action movies, they could just shoot you, but they decide to beat you with the butt end of the shotgun instead.
I think that's a problem too when they do that.
Yeah. Okay, let's finish the clip.
Fine, Heather. Superman, we finally meet. Would you like a coffee?
Where's the dog?
Dog?
The dog, loser! You took the dog!
That's right, Eve. Get all of
That's
this.
horrible.
Oh, hey, that's really fucking cool.
Yep.
It's a shame it's in this movie.
Where's the dog?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
He does play a good Lex Luthor, though.
Yeah, I kind of have a problem.
Albeit a little more younger. I feel like he fits more in Smallville.
I
The
want
biggest
him
issue,
to.
here's the thing, here's the
I
thing.
wish he'd
The
put a bit
biggest
more
issue is
bass
that
in that
for a lot of
voice
the
of his.
for a lot of the
I
sneak peeks
have
we've
no
seen with him,
idea
hang on,
what
Alex,
you're
Alex,
talking
Alex,
about.
Alex. With a lot of the previews we've seen, he sounds so robotic and emotionless. Here, he sounds
That's
good.
not Lex, though. That's not really what Lex is about, though. He's openly
Right.
pompous.
I know.
Well,
that's
why.
the issue.
That's
In
why
this
I wish
scene,
his
he does
voice
well,
was a
but
bit lower.
For majority of the scenes we have seen and heard, he doesn't sound Lex. He sounds like a robot AI of Lex.
No, he sounds more like a younger Lex, like Smallville Lex. That's why I feel like he fits more in Smallville.
Well, yeah, he's kind of trying to do the Rosenbaum voice, but I still think Nicholas Hoult is capable of pulling off a bit more gravitas. Anyways, let me pull this back up.
He's just a dog. I don't know what dog you're talking about. Ugly dog and a cape.
Oof.
I
I'd be pissed too.
James Gunn forgot that Superman had super hearing there because you
No,
literally
he
heard him
knows
saying-
though. That's part that you know. He knows every one of his powers. That's just Lex messing with him. That's how he is.
No.
He openly messes with Superman in a lot of ways, especially like that. He'll do shit like that.
Here's the thing. I understand all of the context behind this. I get it. I got it. I know what's going on. My problem that I have with this scene is that people were trying to say, it's like, oh, Lex Luthor is using a lead cup to hide what he's saying from Superman, and as though Superman genuinely didn't hear him.
It doesn't work that way. He can't see through lead. That's how it works. He doesn't hear through. He doesn't have trouble hearing through lead.
Right.
Yeah,
so
no, like that's
the
the
way
because we were being told that he couldn't hear through lead. That was like one of the big defenses of this scene. It's like, oh, the mug's made out of lead, and that's fucking that's a stupid excuse.
Well, the same two guys who were saying that went on to say, oh my god, Superman should have been able to hear the trigger mechanism inside the lead-lined wheelchair in Batman v Superman. Those are two sides of a dichotomous proposition, Boogie.
Fucking paradox.
Anyways,
there are reasons why Superman wouldn't hear for something, and that's not just because lead. But even though lead doesn't work that way, it's also because he's not paying attention. He's focused on something else. There's reasons why even a guy with super hearing can't hear something. It's sort of the same logic as turn that shit down. I can't see. It's because you're losing focus on what you're trying. It's because like you're losing focus. You can't see it.
If you've got, I challenge anybody who's watching this, pick up a Where's Waldo book, and then play, like, I don't know, what's the script? Pantera. Yeah, play Pantera at max volume while you're trying to figure out where Waldo is, and you are not going to be able to focus as much with Dime's guitar squealing in your ears as you could if you had nice silence, maybe a little bit of a fan blowing in the background, and the ability to just pull the book in close and focus on nothing but that. There's a reason why details go unseen. Now, my biggest problem with this is more the dialogue and the framing than it is anything else. I also pointed out that this is something that Homelander did in The Boys. Where
you talking about when he was with A-Train? Fuck you, man. What did you say?
Well, no, that too, but I was more specifically talking about him like roaming around the tower, 7 Tower. Why the fuck is Discord
doesn't he have to concentrate with some of his powers? I think
Superman, yes. So Superman's super hearing, he does have to concentrate with, because otherwise otherwise he'd go basically nuts. Because it's like, hypersensitivity means that
he had to learn to control it because it did overwhelm him when it first appeared.
Yes, that is not just something that Zack Snyder and Chris Terrio and whatnot invented for her for Man of Steel. Well, that is something that it's part of the comics. If he doesn't try to focus on what he's after,
it's it's something the animated series kind of did, like, building the limitations and limits he had to kind of push through. In the comics, especially like in the post-crisis comics, like Superman built these walls, these limitations to his powers. They had to learn over time to break.
Yeah.
Mental blocks. Yeah, that's different though.
Mental blocks. That's the word.
That's different though.
Yeah, that is different.
Yeah. Now, before we move on from here, I want to say there could be context that makes the framing of this scene make more sense. I don't think that we can save this dialogue because Lex is playing with fire here because everybody knows John Wick. Superman would if Superman is to be driven into murder on somebody who is far less powerful than him, it would probably be if you kidnapped his fucking dog. Except it's not his fucking dog, it's his cousin's dog. But
here's the thing, Superman clearly didn't give enough of a shit considering he took all his time riding the elevator going up the building.
Yeah,
it's not even his dog, as you said. It's Supergirl's dog, which, no, it's Superman's dog. James Gunn, stop it.
That's what he said, where's the dog, not my dog, though.
Yeah.
I mean, even then, that's really pulling at nose hairs.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the article. So, like, recently, for the past few months,
this has been our B-roll footage for various parts of this video.
Yeah, so throughout the past few months, the media had been very defensive over this film, and, promoting and such. But recently, things took kind of a turn, and I don't know if this will keep going or if it'll escalate more. But yesterday, Daily Beast leaked their new review on Superman on both Daily Beast and MSN.
Yes.
And now, by the
time I saw the notification on MSN pop up on my phone, by the time I clicked on it to go and read it, I was like, wait, what? The reviews are out already? And by the time I clicked on it to read it, they'd already taken it down, but somebody managed to...
It was up for minutes, and that was enough for it to essentially burn everything down. This review is written by what's his name? I forget his name.
We scroll down the bottom here.
Booby Bob.
First on the Daily Beast.
You're not gonna find his name. Let me find.
It was in the obsessed section of the Daily Beast, but yeah, no, it was not written by Bob Chipman.
Okay, whoever his name was, oh wait, hang on, Nick Shiger. I'm probably saying that wrong. Okay, I'm just gonna spell it out. SCHAGER.
Shager, maybe Shiger.
It's written by Nick, and I went through a lot of his reviews.
That sounds like a made-up word you hear on a He-Man cartoon or something.
Yeah, I know.
He's been a reviewer since 2014, 2013. He loves Guardians of the Galaxy. He loves Suicide Squad, Peacemaker.
Sure.
He hates Snyder's work, except for Zack Snyder's Justice League, but he still
that's an odd one to pick as the one you like.
Yeah. He likes for Ragnarok. I believe he liked Black Panther too, but he hated...
Ragnarok is your favorite?
He's hated the recent DC movies. He's hated the recent MCU movies, with few exceptions on that. The guy, with a few contradictions aside, he seems to be pretty consistent in what he likes in comic book movies. Like, for example, he likes Captain America: Brave New World. That was like his last positive comic book movie.
What?
Yeah.
Brave New World.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
He also doesn't like Terrifier 3, but loves Clown in a Cornfield.
What?
What movie has a title like that?
Fuck? Who the fuck is this guy? I don't believe you're real, Nick.
I was looking through. It's again, he's consistent for most of it, but there's weird stuff there too. I mean, it's Daily Beast, so I'm not too surprised.
He sounds like the one guy who actually reminds the teacher, "Hey, you forgot to give us the homework on a Friday."
Yeah. But yeah, the interesting thing about the review,
I was that kid and I wouldn't do that.
I want you to read it from the start, Alex, and we'll kind of discuss it as we go on. But he reflects a lot of the same feelings that everyone has been pointing about this movie. But seriously, absolutely. Like, everything that he said is reflected on what everyone's been saying for months about the film, including us. So, Alex, care to read?
terrible new Superman film is final nail in superhero cinema's coffin. Just as the seemingly indestructible Man of Steel is fatally weakened by kryptonite, so too is the once unbeatable superhero genre gravely threatened by audience fatigue.
Let's pause there for a moment. That's honestly a great point as to why this movie might not do well.
Yes.
Audience fatigue.
We are in the perhaps the worst possible time where the new Avengers fucking tanked despite its overall quality.
Yeah, it was one of the best comic book movies released since, I would say, Deadpool and Wolverine, and it fucking bombed. Captain America 4, a film franchise that made a ton of money, it bombed. Ironheart, that also bombed. Daredevil.
No, don't even try. Don't even try. Riri Williams bombed, not because of fatigue. It was because it was a shitty character. They decided to make a movie out.
I know, but that adds on to it. Daredevil, the new season, which everyone loved, also fucking bombed.
Oh no, wait, no, because it's Echo.
I mean,
no one likes Echo.
Well, no, Daredevil.
Bombed.
Yeah,
Daredevil.
I'm not talking about
the new season
4.
I was like, we're not talking about Echo, but Echo.
No, not Elio. You're thinking of what? I'm not talking about Elio or Echo. No, Echo is an actual Marvel character that appeared.
Right,
I know, but where did Echo come from?
Yeah, but the Echo
from Marvel.
About, like the Echo show. We're not talking about the Echo show. We're talking about Daredevil season 4.
Well, no, Echo was a character that appered in the Daredevil show.
No.
Yeah.
No, Daredevil appeared in her show.
What?
Yeah. You didn't
Daredevil
know?
Daredevil appeared in her show.
Echo had a. Oh my god! No one cares about Echo. Why'd you give her a show?
Okay, let me get on a short tangent. The reason why Daredevil was in Echo was to canonize every single Netflix show.
Dude, okay, so Echo is an actual Marvel character, and I'm not gonna people so people don't. And in case people don't know, and they're like wondering who the fuck is Echo, Echo is a Marvel character that instead of like being blind like Daredevil, she's actually a deaf ninja, sort of like Daredevil, except it's the ears, not the eyes. She's an NPC at best. She's a side character. She's like the side character in a video game where you get your quests from and nothing else. That's it.
All right.
Okay. Listen, but that was not my point. My point was that a lot of the good stuff and the bad stuff, like Daredevil, Ironheart, they're all bombing. None of them are making any money, with very few exceptions, especially on DC. You want to know what the last successful in-universe DC movie was that isn't Elseworld?
Man of Steel.
No.
Justice League.
No. You get one
more.
The
Batman.
Wrong. Alex, your turn. You get 3.
Okay, what's the question again?
What was the last successful in-universe DC movie that made money for Warner Brothers? Not Elseworld. We're not counting Elseworld.
Okay, we're just DCEU. I believe it was Aquaman.
Nope.
Aquaman 2.
No, that lost money.
Right. I got one more guess. We're talking DCEU, right?
Yes, DCEU.
It's not Black Adam.
Nope.
It's not Wonder Woman 84, or it's not...
Is it an animated movie?
Excuse me. It can't be Shazam, can it?
It's Shazam.
What?
It made a very small profit for Warner Brothers, but it did make a profit.
Okay.
That's why do you think
it is a cool character, but damn, out of all the characters, it's the one people keep confusing with Superman.
That was the movie, though. That was the last successful profit that Warner Bros. Ever got on an in-universe DC movie. That was what, 2019? Like that was like over half a decade ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how bad of shape DC has been in. And this goes back to audience fatigue. Audiences are very fucking tired of these movies. These MCU-like movies.
It's not the fact that they're tired of these movies. People keep saying, oh, well, there's too many superhero movies. No. The reason why they say that is because there are too many bad superhero movies.
Yeah, no, that's the thing that I've...
people have said the same
forever.
Yeah, people have said the same thing when it came to, I believe, Westerns, because
Yeah.
A lot of them.
This is so Gizmo. This is a conversation I had exactly 10 years ago, on a different podcast.
Excuse me. Well, I have to say this too because it's true. People are not tired of superhero movies. They're just bad. They're just tired of bad superhero movies. It's the same thing that happened with the video game.
I was getting that. Hang on.
Yep.
I was very much getting to that. So the issue is that so many of these comic book movies are copying the MCU formula and doing it horribly, including Marvel themselves, that it is killing the entire comic book movie industry, and they keep doing it over and over and over and over again. It's literally gone to the point of insanity at this point. Like, it's created this fatigue that shouldn't even exist, because if they just kept making good movies, these movies would be making huge money right now. Imagine if Phase 4 was consistent and as good. Imagine how much money it could have made if it kept going after Phase 3. Imagine how much money Phase 5 and 6 could have made by now. We probably could have had like $3 billion on a few films by this point, because you would have gotten an even bigger audience, because you would have kept building and building and building with these good movies. Now, with the fucking new Avengers bombing, Superman has a huge hill to climb, because not only do you have this fatigue, you have these reviews leaking out, and this isn't the only one. There wasn't a second review that leaked, but there was a Variety article. And Alex, I did share a screenshot of the original and the edit. So where is that on here?
You could be forgiven for writing off heads of state, but then you would miss a movie that's no sillier than Superman and a lot more entertaining. A comparison worth making, since both adhere to a mythical sense of heroism.
Yep. And here's the funny thing. The Head of State movie is produced by the co-head of DC Studios.
Yeah, Peter Safran.
And they are not only taking a jab at him, they are hinting that they are going to publish a negative Superman review. And also, and again, targeting James Gunn in the process. This comes a day later after the Daily Beast article came out. If this was a one-off thing that was separate from anything else, I'll be like, okay, that's coincidence. That's just them taking cheap jabs. This is a day after that huge leak. And not only that, they clearly got in trouble for it, because a few minutes later, they re-edited it to say you would miss a movie that's no sillier than big studio superhero flair.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right. Continue with the article, Alex.
Okay, so... Tasked along with Peter Safran with reinventing Warner Brothers' DC movie brand with an all-new DC universe, director James Gunn strives to combat such lethargy with Superman, a rambunctious reboot of the Action Comics icon that tonally and narratively is the exact opposite of Zack Snyder's grimdark predecessors. I dispute that.
Yeah, I don't agree with grimdark.
I also dispute that this film isn't fucking grimdark in some ways as well.
I'll get to that. I'm gonna get to that, Alex. Don't worry.
Yeah. It's a big swing in a polar opposite direction, and one that'll last. Why
are you using fan fiction terms to describe the movie?
That's a good question. It's a big swing in a polar opposite direction, and one that, alas,
hang on.
To
answer Gizmo's question, I think he's trying to sound smarter than he is.
Shut your ass
the
up.
Writer. No, I'm not talking about
the writer. Okay.
The writer.
Yeah.
Oh, the writer. Okay.
Yeah,
Shut your ass
so
up.
He's trying to sound smarter than he is.
I'm betting what happened here. I'm betting what happened here is that the person who wrote this is they're probably terminally online, just like James Gunn is.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Turns out.
Alex, before you continue, fucking ironic of us to say that we're also terminally online at this point.
Yes, I am the guy who. You know who I am. Anyways, as a big whiff.
Hang on, how long have we been streaming this? We've been going for over 3 hours. We are
over 3 hours.
Online.
Resulting in a would-be franchise restarter that resembles a Saturday morning cartoon come to overstuffed helter-skelter life. This is something I have to bring up. I meant to bring this up earlier. I wanted to get Bender's input on this, but This movie, from what we've seen, reminds me a lot of those terrible DC animated films that Kevin Bender and I have watched.
Oh, yeah. You mentioned that to me, too.
Yes.
I refused to join those streams because I didn't want to waste my time with those awful movies.
Mm-hmm.
And now I realize that, oh shit, from what I've heard from you and others that watch these movies, it has kind of the same pace because they're trying to shove in so many things.
Mm-hmm.
So fuck. Alright, continue.
Anyways, Superman's hero is no brooding Snyderian Christ figure. The Jesus imagery was introduced by Richard Donner. He literally has Bible quotes in the film. I'm going to fucking snap one of these days if I hear that again. Rather, he's a sweet and sincere do-gooder, like Cavill, who uses the word dude, takes time out of fighting behemoths to save squirrels from harm. It's not a squirrel, it's a fucking dog!
What if he does save squirrels?
Then he's worse than scum. Squirrels are terrible. I hate them.
Damn squirrels. What about Sandy? Do you hate Sandy?
After that movie, I kind of hate all squirrels.
Ah, shit. That's a good counter.
And believes that viewing everyone as beautiful is punk rock. Now that is a line that Jack Black said while he was campaigning for Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.
Insert political reference here. That gets us banned off Twitch.
Oh, I'm not threatening anybody with a gun, so I should be alright. Oh, wait. Maybe that's required nowadays. The same goes for Guns film, which is set on an
Maybe
Earth
Hassan
overrun
Piker
by
is just afraid
metahumans.
that maybe Hassan Piker is just afraid that Sam Hyde will finally live up to his promise.
Hassan Piker! I'm going to
kill you! In the ring. No, in real life.
In real life.
I will become obsessed with him. I will wear his skin as a coat.
Anyways, the same goes for Guns film, which is set on an Earth overrun by metahumans. Interesting. The most powerful of which is Superman. I'm gonna... James! If you want to kill me, just come to my house. I'll fight about it.
Get me, James!
Who at outset crash lands in the Arctic after losing his first ever fight to an armored adversary known as the Hammer of Baravia. What the fuck is going on in this film?
A mess.
No. That's not... I need an actual answer, because that's not... This is... What the fuck? Because that sounds like... Excuse me, the very first thing we see in the trailer is the first thing we see in the movie.
James Gunn says the film opens with him crashing into the snow.
I know!
So, like,
I didn't want to believe him!
No, so wait. No, this confused me. So do they cut back to before and show the fight? That sounds like a fucking mess. That sounds incoherent. That sounds like Birds of Prey incoherency.
That's me. You're probably wondering how I got here.
Fucking... Okay, continue.
Okay,
please.
anyways. Dragged to the Fortress of Solitude. Oh yeah. A country whose attempts to start war with neighboring Jaranpur was recently thwarted by Superman. That's kind of lifted from Injustice.
That's also directly from the plot leak, if you remember correctly.
Yes. And I remember James Gunn denying that plot was in the film.
For context, I'm gonna give context to this. So Grace reported about the Middle
Grace
East
Randolph, by the way.
Yes, Grace Randolph, that piece of shit. She reported on it. James Gunn replied direct to her and said she was lying. And then the first trailer came out and confirmed it. And I've argued with people in a few places.
You
like
argue with everybody.
about this. Yeah, I know. but I would show them like specific clips from that scene and show that people are wearing Middle Eastern outfits, and they're like, oh, holy shit, you're right. It is essentially that. And it's like, yeah, no, it is. It's the Middle Eastern plotline with like a different country name. I forget. It's a country in DC. I forget what it's called.
Well, we've got Baravia and we've got Jaranpur, and that's the names
those
here.
Two. Yes, you are correct. And the plot leak said it was going to be an allegory based off recent events like Russia, Ukraine, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
But I feel like that's more accidental, considering when he started writing this. But who fucking knows at this point? I mean, he wrote this script during the writer's strike, so I don't know. We'll see. Let it continue.
Yeah, so dragged to the Fortress of Solitude by his caped canine companion Crypto. I know this guy is a TV troper. That sentence alone tells me this. Superman is nursed back to health by his lair's robot minions. That is a bad way to describe that, but sure, we'll go with that. all as he listens to an incomplete recording made by his parents that accompanied him on his initial journey to our planet. So we're doing Superman Returns meets Man of Steel.
Meets Superman Birthright.
Yes.
And
Birthright,
so
written by Mark Waid before he went fucking nuts and wrote one of the worst Daredevil runs I've ever read.
I wanted to make this point with Jai's here, but he's not, so I'm gonna make it now. So this is where the other thing I sent you comes into play. So, remember in the plot leak where Jor-El is... so this confirms one thing in the plot leak, where Lex Luthor uncorrupts the recording.
Right.
So Jor-El, given that they didn't change this in the final edit, Jor-El is evil. He is a invader of planets. Essentially,
okay.
he sent...
So assuming that this has not been misinterpreted the same way, it kind of would be funny if it was. As assuming it's not misinterpreted, yes, they're doing they're doing the Omni-Man thing with Jor-El, and Jor-El is played by Bradley Cooper.
A better example would be Adventures, because he's pulled this directly.
Yes, but Maz was also ripping off Invincible with that.
Yeah, okay, that's fair, but this is where James Gunn is getting this, because that's why he's postponed that show, so there's no competition between the two. But yes, so so essentially, Jor-El is evil, and I know this isn't taken out of context by the review or misincorporated because of the phrase. Oh, what was it? Truth, justice, and the human way.
Oh man, what's so funny about truth, justice, and the American way? Why do they
Nothing. I'm wondering why.
And then there's the better tomorrow, which would have been better than the human way. But I know exactly why they're using it in the human way, because at the end of the movie, according to the leak, Superman rejects his Kryptonian lineage and embraces his human side fully. Thus, truth, justice, and the human way. Rejecting his Kryptonian side completely.
That is something that Matter Eater Lad from the Legion of Superheroes would come up with.
Yes.
Or Earth Boy, as he called himself later.
And I tagged you in this thread before. Was pointing out the plot thread of this particular story.
Hey, Bender.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Perfect timing. I was getting to one of the big points I wanted to talk to you about. Welcome back, by the way. How's your fiance?
Thank you. Oh, she's doing good. She's on vacation, but she's doing good.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to restart. I do apologize if it's getting tedious for you two. Okay, we were talking about this review. We're up to... I'm going to read this part for you. We got to the part... dragged to the Fortress of Solitude by his caped canine. Superman is nursed back to health. All as he listens to an incomplete recording made by his parents that accompanied him on his initial journey to our planet. Okay, so what I was saying is, this confirms a part of the plot leak that we got way earlier this year. I think in January, December, somewhere around that time. And it said that Lex uncorrupts the message, and it's revealed that Jor-El had sent Superman to take over the Earth. Just like in Adventures, which, as Alex violently pointed out, is ripped off from Invincible. And I say this, and we were talking about if it was misinterpreted by the leaker, which is always possible. I don't think it is, and you want to know why?
Go on.
Truth, justice, and the human way. And let me explain. So, the leak claims the movie ends with Superman rejecting his Kryptonian heritage and embracing his human side. Truth, justice, and the human way. Not the Kryptonian way. The human way. And that's why I think that this is the direction they are going. Assuming that this is not cut out of the film. And they don't change it and make it more like Birthright. Because in Birthright, Lex changes it to make it seem like Jor-El is evil to fuck with Superman. Now, they could rework this movie.
Lex actually goes further than that. He actually stages a fake Kryptonian invasion.
Yes.
But it leads to that really awesome moment of Clark using the giant Superman shield. Mark Waid used to write a good comic. And now he doesn't.
Yeah, no, like, absolutely. And they could easily rewrite this into removing that aspect. I don't think they will, because a big line of this movie is truth, justice, and the human way. You remove the anti-Kryptonian stuff from this film, and that falls apart.
So, I don't think they care.
Yeah,
it's
no, you're
entirely
right.
possible that they...
And this leads to something I said to you earlier that you... I don't know. This leads to something that you...
I think it's a bird outside. Okay, so yeah, I just have to say here, because Jor-El's scenes are going to be... They're going to be filmed like Zordon's scenes are in Power Rangers. Nothing...
Oh, God. They better not, man. That's a good movie.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, they're going to be filmed like Zordon's scenes in Power Rangers, where it's going to be matted in because, you know, Bradley Cooper...
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie or Power Rangers?
The TV show, the movie from 2017, it doesn't matter.
There's like three movies that came out in theaters based off the Power Rangers.
Yeah,
so one is like
Mighty Morphin
Power Rangers in general.
Can I stop you two? I want to get...
Hang on. It really doesn't matter. I'm just saying they can change anything and everything about what Jor-El says because all of Bradley Cooper's scenes were probably filmed in an afternoon.
Just imagine someone making the Zordon joke. It's like, Rangers, I ever so sorry to... sorry, Kyle, that's my side job.
All right, so let me
make that joke, and I would...
And this is something...
It's not going to be funny, though.
Hang on. Let me continue my main point. Because earlier we were talking about the plot being light, but there's evidence to suggest that the plot was going to be much darker in comparison. For example, and this is confirmed by the people who work on this film, there's a scene in the movie when they're capturing Crypto, Ultraman punches Crypto and causes the audience to gasp. This was fully cut from the movie because they thought it was quote-unquote too extreme. But funnily enough, if you look at the comics, this does happen. Ultraman does beat the absolute hell out of Crypto.
But
that's not the only
Superboy Prime did as well.
Yes. But
Get
this
me
is
started
not
on
the
Superboy
main
Prime.
aspect. So... I tagged you about this guy before, Streamis Jaris. I can't say his name right. I tagged you in his post before because he has interesting insight on these films. I don't agree on everything he says, but he has... I think he's got it right here when it comes to this plot. Because I was asking about him, because he mentioned this Phrygian horror story that you asked me about.
Yeah, this...
Phrygian, yes. And I asked him what that
thing
was. And he replied to me this. I'm going to quote him word for word. I believe the movie was intended to be much darker and that a good deal of it was edited out after it tested poorly. And also probably because it bore too much of the resemblance to Guardians 2's plot twists. Both movies were or are about abusive narcissistic fathers. That's why Gunn includes references to other films about abusive fathers. Roseno's Baby, The Shining, and Hulk. And I'm going to send you the thread so you can stream it and kind of show...
I remember somebody said something about, like, The Shining is a movie about a wife realizing that her husband is molesting their son. And no, you're fucking wrong, whoever that is. Because that's based on...
It's that guy.
Because that's based on absolutely nothing. That's in the film.
Yeah, I think... here's the thing. With The Shining,
Jack is a recovering alcoholic, and the movie is about him essentially becoming addicted to the spirits in the hotel.
Yes. Yes.
There's no allegory there.
I think it's not the first time I heard that interpretation in terms of like, because a lot of people have different interpretations. One of the interpretations about how the moon landing was fake. That one I don't know how people got. I still don't understand that.
Well, see, here's the thing. Stanley Kubrick got hired to fake the moon landing, right? But because he's such a perfectionist, he shot it on location.
There you go.
So I'm gonna read what he said. The movie does portray Jor-El as completely evil, identical to Ego in Guardians 2. Guns opite. I'm gonna butcher some of these words. Trauma is so deep. He made the same film twice.
Oedipal. So okay, here's the thing though. You want to know what the contrast between this and My Adventures is?
Yes.
My Adventures is good.
Well, yes, that too. But it is revealed that Jor-El and Laura were actually the good Kryptonians that wanted to get their son away from that, and that's why they sent him to Earth. They wanted him to be his own person, and they wanted him to be better. And Jor-El even told Kal-El that I never wanted you to be like us. I wanted you to be better. And he is essentially redeeming Krypton. So it's a story that he realized Jor-El and Laura realized that the Kryptonians were fucking pieces of shit, but they wanted their son to be better than their race. So
that makes that even funnier, because that means James Gunn took one look at Ventures and it's like, yeah, I'll take that one element and completely misinterpret it.
Well, see, then that makes sense. Why?
Welcome to James Gunn's entire career.
Well, see, that makes sense now. Why he probably did. Again, if this leak is to be believed, if it is true, then that explains why he probably mandated that season 3 be delayed until next year.
Yep. Again, competition, he doesn't like it. So to continue reading, the domestic trauma storyline are two thematic illusions Gunn incorporates into the interview scene. First, Rosemary's Baby, Alyssa's apartment representing the same production design, photography, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this stuff about Rosemary's Baby. I've seen Rosemary's Baby a very long time ago. I try to forget who Roman Polanski is. For those of you who don't know, convicted rapist.
He makes an interesting point about Guardians 2, and I asked him about this because he claims like the story is about incest, which is fucked up. But he makes it. I'm gonna read it. He says in Guardians 2, Ego's goal is to impregnate thousands of women across the galaxy, find a child with his own celestial power, merge with that child in order to expand himself into the universe. It's not just cosmic reproduction, it's cosmic incest, a being creating and mating with itself. Ego is looking to reproduce with his own DNA, merge with his offspring, become one flesh with the next generation. That is... I never even fucking thought of that before.
That is an unusual interpretation of that film.
It is, but it's an interesting one. And considering all the weird sexual stuff Gunn has said throughout the decades, I can't doubt it. I just can't, because he's said so many weird sexual things throughout the years. Look at his fucking Twitter history, his blogs.
For example, I remember. I think it's better you keep going. I do get the point.
Yes, I'll give one random example of James Gunn's thing. Outside of his DC, who I want to have sex list, which exists, there's a Six Flags story. Yes, and there's a Six Flags story he told. I don't have the link to this blog, but if I remember correctly, I think we talked about this in a previous stream too. But originally, he was at a Six Flags thing, waiting in line. A little girl said, I can't remember, fuck you or something to someone. He says, I cannot wait for that girl to turn 18.
That?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
I don't think he meant that in the way you're thinking. I think he just
Yeah.
meant that in the way.
I mean, to be
man,
fair, how
man-
else would people take it?
No, yeah, I
Yeah,
think.
no.
Okay, I dare not speak on his behalf, but I think what he meant was he was probably thinking, I can't wait for that girl to turn 18 so she can basically just say whatever she wants and not be judged for as a
thing.
child saying it.
I want to agree with you, but then we look at the party he hosted that he's currently named in a lawsuit for, and said person who also hosted that party's in prison. So I don't know. It could be that James Gunn's just a weirdo and he just makes these jokes because he thinks they're funny.
I mean, look at some of the shit I say on here. You know, well, like
Yeah,
far be it for me to be prudish about the dumb, stupid jokes somebody makes.
I mean,
Listen,
at
Alex,
least
listen
James.
to one of the listen to one of the sound fonts we had.
Who ordered all this fucking anime titty?
Okay.
We're
So
not
what
too
I was gonna
shy
say
for these.
was, okay, at least he's not Ezra Miller.
True. He's
That's a
not
good point.
declaring war
True,
on an entire
true.
state.
There you go. So
I
but
declare
okay.
war on Iraq.
By the way, I have an update. I just found this out. Superman's box office ticket sales have dropped off into oblivion. They're not doing good. It seems
Fuck,
like
really?
they kind of.
Do you have the article for that, or like?
Oh, I don't have an article. I watch it via. I don't have an article, but I watch it via a guy who reports. Long story short, he does reviews and he does box office. He does reports on box office predictions and trackings. Dude's basically got friends in the industry. He's even called a few things right. He's part of of a YouTube channel of a big YouTube channel called Comic Book Cast 2. So that's where I get most of my reports when it comes to box office numbers. But anyway,
Why did you share that channel with me after the stream? I'd like to take a look.
Sure, he's a cool guy. I like him. But anyway, he reported that the ticket sales after they broke a record via Fandango, they've immediately dropped off. And I think I have seen this talked about everywhere else. Nobody's buying the tickets.
Yeah, I can confirm this. In my area, they did well at first, like it was beating Jurassic World, but now it's not only being beaten by Jurassic World, the tickets have essentially paused. Like, some of the screenings are good, but they're not picking any more seats up anymore. It's like half full or 60% full. They're not going anywhere past that. But when I look at Fantastic Four, they're still consistently selling tickets. Like, the theaters are becoming more and more full.
One of the things I noticed, I've been keeping an eye on tickets for local preview screenings, right?
Yep.
And the preview screenings went up like a month ago for tickets on Fandango. And I keep looking at Fandango, and I'm looking at them, I'm trying to figure out I don't think they've sold any tickets for the preview screenings.
Oh my god. Last time I
think there was one.
I tried checking mine again, but the login is broken. It won't let me log in again. I got my ticket, but the last time I saw it, when I first bought the ticket, like the day it opened, only like 2 seats were sold. I can't check it again. I want to. I want to see like if it's doing any better in my area, but it won't let me. I can only check Cinemark for like the normal screenings and whatnot. But yeah, I'm done making my point about the weird story stuff that Gunn incorporates into his films, but I wanted to make it a point and kind of bring that into discussion because I do think that's interesting. Before you continue with that article, I do need to go to the bathroom. Alex, make your point you wanted to make previously about the certain structures of films you and Jedi have watched before, because I do.
Okay, yeah.
I do
so I wanted to mention this earlier when you were here, but it seems to me like this movie reminds me a lot of movies like Superman, Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Kevin. I've been having to have OBS off the screen for this because Discord keeps spazzing the fuck out and causing our profile pictures to not illuminate when we're talking. So I had to keep Discord on top. Let me go back and read this. Kevin says, Alex Gizmo, when we play Shredder's Revenge, who are you playing as? I call dibs on Leo. That means I'm Donnie.
Mikey.
I'm either
Mikey.
Donnie or... I'm
Mikey.
either going to be Donnie or Raph. I'm
I'm
cool
either
with
Mikey or
those.
Casey Jones if it comes to the regular characters.
My Superman shares the same voice as Sephiroth from Advent Children to the City NT. Yep. Somehow they made Lex look scrawnier than Jesse Eisenberg. That's... Yeah. Nobody can outdo Clancy Brown as Sexy Lexi. Kevin says...
Lex Luthor?
Kevin says, like Zachary Quinto. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but probably I'm going to agree. I believe Red Death explained why bombs tied to digital clocks have no tension. There's no audible sound most of the time, so unless the person makes it so, yeah. The way you guys talk about this character, it sounds like you're describing a deaf dolphin. He's a Viltrumite, yes. Quite sad.
Now that Kevin brought up Sexy Lexi, I want to know why they haven't cast the Robot Chicken Lex Luthor voice actor as an official Lex Luthor voice actor yet.
That's a good point, though, because he does such a good job of Lex.
He does do a good job. I want to hear him play.
He is a great Lex. I enjoy his take on Lex. But anyway, back to this.
What does impregnate mean? What does impregnate mean? I've heard of impregnate.
Oh, go to Yahoo Answers so you'll know.
Pause for a second. Everyone who's watching the stream right now, go watch the Robot Chicken.
Oh yeah, that's Alfred Molina, by the way.
Go watch the Robot Chicken Star Wars specials. Go watch the Walking Dead special they made. They're all so fucking good.
I'm not a big fan of the Walking Dead special. It's not that funny. It's funny, it's just not that funny compared to everything else.
The only thing that didn't like, or at least now in retrospect, is that the Carl stuff didn't age well, considering what they did with that character.
Carl.
Kills people.
What do you think? What do you think about that idea? That it reminds me a lot of those DC animated films that we watched. Bender.
No.
I mean, I can tell you that, like, look, if this film is wanting to be Superman, All-Star Superman and Superman the movie, but to be fair, it's not like people can't go watch those movies.
Yeah.
True.
If they're relying on streaming services, then they're gonna have to look elsewhere, though.
We asked because we were talking about the structure of the movie, because this mentions.
Yeah, I've read the leak of the structure.
Yeah, James Gunn mentioned that it starts with him falling into the ice bed we talked about earlier. But from the way the article describes it, it sounds like it goes back to the past and redoes those events leading up to that. Birds of Prey style. And it's like that pacing is kind of a freaking mess. And it feels like the consequence of making it from an episodic movie into a full-on, full movie that's, together.
Which is why I said, if the original cut had been intact, all of that probably would have made sense, and you would have actually had understood what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
Who's the main villain of this movie again?
Lex Luthor.
Just Lex Luthor.
Well, yeah, he has henchmen, but it is Lex Luthor.
Okay, so you say he has henchmen. Does that mean that we're going to see Metallo, Parasite?
No.
So what we're going to see is
the main henchmen are the Engineer and Ultraman. That's it. And
Ultraman?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Superman.
Isn't he supposed to be from another Earth? Why would they just...
It's their own, yes.
Okay,
Bizarro.
Let me answer
this. Let's make Bizarro. God
damn
it, this movie.
That's what I said.
Let me answer this. So I have two answers. One, James Gunn doesn't read the comics, so he doesn't give a shit.
Of course he doesn't.
He stole this plot line from Superman 4.
Oh dear God.
There are multiple villains in
movies
this movie, but Lex Luthor, Lex is the main bad guy. So it is similar to Batman versus Superman, where Doomsday is the main henchman, the terrorists are the main are the bad supporting characters, but Lex is the one pulling the strings. He is the main villain.
One of the big twists of the film, according to Plot Leak, outside of Jor-El being evil, is that Ultraman is Superman's clone. Not that they're fucking hiding it anymore. We effectively know that now, thanks to everything they're releasing.
Dude, just call him Bizarro. Just name.
Well,
just
no,
call
they
Bizarro.
can't call him Bizarro.
Why? It's a clone. Bizarro's a clone.
Because. I don't know what else to say, but because.
It's probably some legal, bullshit.
What legal
okay,
bullshit?
you gotta,
no one
okay,
used
well,
Bizarro
you
years
gotta
in the
It
movie.
can't be. There's
Forever.
no way this legal bullshit.
Like,
No
okay,
way.
here, look.
Policy bullshit. I don't know.
Okay, here's the thing.
Well,
Bizarro never appeared in any of the Christopher Reeve movies. He's only appeared, in 2 episodes total in Smallville. Don't ask how I remember that.
No, he's appeared in... Okay, so real quick. He appeared in The Adventures of Superboy, starting with Season 2. He appeared in Smallville. He's appeared...
Twice. In 2 episodes, and that's it.
Yeah, he's also... And he was one of the main side villains in Superman and Lois, and he even turned into Doomsday.
It was awesome.
But he's been making
I didn't
just
like that part, but each their own. But the point is that my guess is the reason why he didn't use Bizarro is because Superman and Lois already beat him to it, so he can't use Bizarro, because then it's just retreading what Superman and Lois already did.
You say that, but he's already retreading so many ideas in this movie. Oh, it can't retread another idea. There's
a lot of villains you can use for Superman. Why not just bring one of the cartoon villains?
That's what I was saying.
Question.
That's what my concern is. This movie has too many things going on that my biggest concern, even though I'm still going to see this movie and hope I'm wrong, the biggest concern everyone has, not just people who are against this movie, but even fans of this movie. Everyone is concerned that James is throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, when it comes to this movie, because this is supposed to be a Superman story, but look at what is in this Superman story.
So many.
You got Lex Luthor, you got Crypto, you got you got the Lex Luthor, you got the Justice Gang. The Justice,
you have the Justice Gang. You
Justice
have
League, but
you have
they're probably
Maxwell Lord. Maxwell Lord is in
Maxwell
this movie.
Lord. He doesn't even. Fuck, man.
He's in the movie to set up Peacemaker and other projects.
Yes, because that's the thing. How this is
life is bad.
Peacemaker season 2. Peacemaker season 2.
Hang on, everyone's going to. Do you know who's playing Maxwell Lord in this movie?
Please tell me.
His brother.
James Gunn's brother.
For fuck's sake, man. This is the Resident Evil shit all over again. The guy just wants to...
Do I need to remind everyone that Pedro... Do I need to remind everyone who played Maxwell Lord in the DCEU? Pedro. Yeah, life is good, but it can be better.
That was good, but it could be better.
He was legitimately the best part of that movie.
I wish.
He was the best part in that movie.
You know the best part of Maxwell Lord in the comics? When he fucking died from a neck snap from Wonder Woman.
Yeah, but so that's true. So the point is that it sounds like the editing of this movie is probably what ended up killing some of the narrative flow that Gunn was probably trying to tell. Then it just begs the question, if this movie was supposed to be an episodic style of storytelling, why didn't Gunn just make it a
TV show?
5, maybe 8 episode miniseries that was each an hour long?
I can answer this. I believe it's because Warner Brothers wanted a Superman movie.
They also would have had to pay the actors more.
They're not seeing the bigger picture, though. Warner Brothers hasn't been doing good, smart decisions that isn't part of a video game company for a while now, and we're not counting Suicide Squad. That doesn't count. We're counting that out because that was one mistake they've made in the video game industry.
Sorry, just real quick. Also, too, I just remembered, very much like Man of Steel, WB has had to make this a movie. Otherwise, they would have lost the rights from the character, and it would have had to go back to the Siegel and Schuster estate.
Yeah.
Because WB is required to make a Superman movie at least once every, Alex, 5 to 7 years?
Let's see.
That's on them for not getting into the project sooner. This is going to be a rush job.
Yes,
this is
exactly. That's the same thing that everybody said about Fan 4 Stick.
Yeah.
No one liked Fan Four Stick though.
All right,
No,
Alex,
no.
let's continue.
And nobody had any high hopes for Fantastic Four back then
let's
either.
please
So that doesn't really
continue.
count. Superman, everyone has high hopes for Superman, and this movie is not really helping that though because I'm hearing now they're doing rush jobs. They're like altering characters so they could actually be another character. They're having multiple plot lines in here. They're altering character motives. It's like this is not a Superman movie. This is just, how do I put this? This is like one of those.
This is an extended trailer for the DCU.
No, like those CD games where they try to say you're exploring the world of this is what it feels like. Just exploring the world of DC through an old 1998
Well, that was where I got the comparison to the DC animated movies, because it's like you're not really getting a taste of. Sorry, you're not really getting a taste of this. You're not really getting the story. You're barely getting a taste of the universe. God damn it!
At least with the animated movies, they're entertaining in some way, and they're good. They're decent in a lot of ways. I don't think there have been that many.
Okay,
there have not been that many bad animated movies when it comes to DC.
Hang on. Put a pause. So, okay, real quick before we move on, you just reminded me of something. That's another thing Gunn did that I forgot to mention. We were supposed to get a Kingdom Come straight to animated adaptation, but Gunn shot that down because he wants to do something.
Kingdom Come animated movie would have been
confirmed. It was confirmed by Butch, by Butch, who ran the Tomorrowverse that Kevin, I, and Alex just had the pleasure of watching. That they were going to adapt and do Kingdom Come for its own feature, animated feature, but James shot that idea down and told them they can't use Kingdom Come at this time. And here's the shitty part. Kingdom Come recently had a documentary come out of celebrating its anniversary, but you're going to get a kick out of this. That had to be self-financed on a Kickstarter by Alex Ross himself because WB would not put in the money for it.
I'm going to break his neck and then break my own neck.
Just give Alex Ross permission. It's his art after all that made the entire thing what it is.
It's his art, but WB basically told him they would not. I don't know the story behind it, but I know something's not adding up. Gunn telling Butch he and his team could not adapt that for a feature, but then also at the same time, coincidentally, Alex Ross having to put out an Indiegogo campaign just so people can watch a documentary celebrating the legacy of Kingdom Come itself, which, by the way, it hit its goal. It hit its goal, but it's not available to watch on any streaming site because it was self-financed. So
what is wrong with these companies just not letting comic book creators, whether it be art, writer, or otherwise, just not?
I think I know why. I think I know why. Gunn
yes,
did
Alex.
This. I think
yes, Alex.
Hang on.
I
didn't need to know that.
So by their logic, by their logic, right?
Canceled a movie adaptation. This is like finding out
it's Kingdom Come. It's one of the most legendary comic book stories out there.
Amazing. It's one of my favorite comics.
I know.
It's an example that Mark Waid can actually fucking write a comic.
That's where that S came from. When you see that S on Superman's chest, that's where it came from Kingdom Come.
No, I know. I know. Yeah, no. Yeah. James Gunn didn't just shoot. James Gunn did not just cancel Superman and Lois. He also canceled Kingdom Come.
Yeah, no. Vendetta time. Anyways, Superman is soon back in flight, although he initially...
Hang on.
No, we gotta keep going, man.
I know,
but 4 hours.
I know. What was I gonna say?
Well, we're nearly 4 hours.
Right. If all these you would think... I think I know why he killed Kingdom Come. I think James Gunn wants to do his own version, and he's worried that a movie adaptation would make his look worse in comparison.
He's worried because if he does it, then that means once again there's going to be too many adaptations.
Right. That's also
dude. There's already a lot of adaptations of of the first
animated
Superman of the Superman movie, dude.
I know.
Same thing with Marvel. There's a lot of interpretations of Spider-Man, a lot of interpretations of goddamn Flash. Who cares?
I know. Let's continue. Yeah, Alex is right.
Superman is soon back in the flight, although he initially doesn't realize that his true enemy is Lex Luthor, whose unparalleled knowledge of the Kryptonians' moves and instincts allows him to successfully direct the Hammer of Baravia in their clashes. Following this battle, Superman wrestles with growing political and public outrage over his rash unilateralism and bristles at the nasty social media campaigns ruining his reputation. That's season 4 of The Boys.
Pause for a quick second. Two things. One, Batman v Superman and The Boys. That he's just taking stuff from that now.
Fuck.
Two. Yep. Remember the monkeys on the computers in the alternate dimension?
I try not to, but yes.
Yeah. This sounds like in reference to that, but God knows if they cut out the film
that
or not.
by itself reminds me of Stormfront's Legion of Trolls she had.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, keep going, Alex.
He receives merely moderate support from Lois Lane, his Daily Planet colleague, as well as his girlfriend, whom he grants an interview only to immediately regret it. Pining for the days of Amy Adams as Lois Lane. Anyways, everyone has doubts about the Noble Titan, including Green Lantern Guy Gardner, Nathan Fillion, who dubs him a wuss for wanting to study rather than kill a fire-breathing Goliath.
Which he does.
But he did kill it.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Maybe they cut that out of the film too.
With it's in the fucking trailer with Genius, Mr. Terrific.
For context, hang on, for context, there's a clip where it does confirm that Jor-El's evil. There's a clip showing the news talking about it, and you see the dead corpse of the giant kaiju in the background.
You can still study a dead thing, by the way. Anyways.
Yeah.
Genius, Mr. Terrific, and Warrior Hawk Girl, Isabella Merced is not having a good year this year. In a trio, he's desperate to dub the Justice Gang, and whose headquarters is the classic Super Friends Hall of Justice.
Yeah.
Hey, Ben, do you want to tell the Solid JJ story?
Solid
JJ liked your tweet about James Gunn ruining the Hall of Justice.
Yes, this was funny. Let me see if I can
find
it.
What do you do to the Hall of Justice?
Oh God, it looks fucking bland and lifeless.
Well, that's
all right. I never thought I would say this. But when I looked at the Hall of Justice, I know that's supposed to be the actual place that was a reference to it, but just how it's shot and how it's done, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think the CW Hall of Justice was better.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Now, here's something.
CW did the Hall of Justice as well as the Justice Society headquarters justice.
Here's the
Mind
thing.
the pun.
My grandmother lived in Cincinnati. I have been to that fucking place. It looks amazing in real life. It's so fucking cool. I have been to that exact place in real life many, many times. It doesn't look that boring in real life. How do you fuck this up?
Wait, pull up a screenshot of what it looks like. Actually, hang on. Pull up
yeah.
Because they posted like a full image of it. I did find the tweet, and I did find the tweet. I'm gonna send it to you again. He liked Solid JJ posted it, and I posted. You look for it. Yeah, look, that's the building. Look how bland it looks.
No. Go back up. Let me take a clear look at it.
That's the image. That's the image.
Okay,
look at it.
It's accurate to a point, but the thing about the Hall of Justice is, if you look at how other people illustrated that thing, there was like a river in front of it. There was like some towers beside it. There was like there was like, yeah, there you go. There was like a monument there in the middle of it. Yeah, look.
I see it.
See, it's a lot more shiny. It's a lot more lively. Yeah, here,
then look up the CW Hall of Justice.
And Alex, pull up the tweet I sent you.
There it is.
Solid JJ liking.
That looks like a temple. That actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah. That looks great. Why does it look like this? I'm not gonna complain that the Justice League didn't make the building, which is stupid.
How is it a lower budget TV show does better than a $1 trillion movie from
now, here's the real building. Here's the real building. I've been to this fucking place.
How did we mess this up? Did they CG the front to make it look like it's just in the middle of the city?
I think what they ended up doing, so that's probably exactly what they did. Because if you look at that, so obviously there's some CG trickery here. Because look, even the Hall of Justice portion, that's obviously CG. That's not real. It doesn't look like they actually, unless I can be proven otherwise, it doesn't look like they actually put the etching into it.
Yeah. No, they wouldn't have. But
it's just
let's
pasted in.
Look.
Alex, before we go on the article, grab what I sent you. I sent you a repost of what I shared weeks ago.
Look at it.
So Solid JJ
look at it.
posted
It's beautiful.
I know.
I forget what Solid JJ said.
I spent so much time here. Every time we went to visit my grandmother, we'd go here. They had something different every time. I mean, I have all the little pennies from here. There's like the little penny smasher where you'd get at like Cincinnati Museum.
Yeah, the penny stampers.
Yeah, those.
Yes.
Those. I have a bunch of those.
They're all over the Bay Area.
Yeah, they're great. Like,
you know what? You know what rings through my mind when I see this building? Meanwhile, in the Hall of Justice.
Meanwhile, in the Hall of Justice.
Meanwhile, in the Hall of Justice.
The Legion of Doom.
Meanwhile, the Legion of Doom. Meanwhile, the combination Kentucky Fried Chicken and Taco Bell.
Are you listening to our shit narrator? Get his ass.
Look at it.
All right, Alex, we're getting distracted by this. Let's get to my tweet, please, so we can continue on with this.
You're revealing our plans. It's the narrator. Get him.
There. So Solid JJ posted about it, and I said, wow, Gunn really made one of the most iconic buildings in DC into one of the most bland and lifeless things ever, and it wasn't even made by the Justice League. Shame. And he liked my fucking tweet.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, we're moving up in the world. Adi Shankar replied to me when I said that the Devil May Cry marketing was shit.
Yeah, no, that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Adi Shankar's a twat.
Oh yeah, no, he's fucking psychotic.
He's
the kind of guy
who is desperate to dub the Justice Gang. Yeah, Luthor is in league with the president of Baravia, whom he visits via portals through a pocket universe that he's created. Has nobody heard of a fucking phone call? Damn its potential to beget a reality-destroying black hole. He's also determined to turn humanity against Superman by executing a scheme that raises nature versus nurture questions this tale doesn't seriously address. Oh, who would have fucking guessed?
Oh, God.
Yeah, so there's Tessmacher, and then there's the engineer, and then there's fucking Ultraman.
It has ideas and goes halfway with them.
Yeah.
Or not at all.
Despite his enmity for metahumans, and particularly Superman's an alien. He's from the planet Krypton. He's not human. Luthor is aided in his quest by two superpowered minions, the nanotechnology-enhanced engineer, Maria Gabriel de Faria, and the mute-masked Ultraman, seen behind Tessmacher here, who partake in some of Gunn's elastic hyperspeed skirmishes. Superman doesn't skimp on the high-flying action to a fault. This film is so awash in over-the-top CGI insanity that its slam-bang mayhem loses its punch. Yeah, it kind of looked like it. Not helping matters, the charming Corin Sweat looks the part.
I'd rather watch Kevin Spacey's version of Lex Luthor.
Wrong!
Kryptonite.
In the shadow of Christopher Reeve, whose son Will cameos, and Henry Cavill, he comes across as relatively slight, a situation exacerbated by all the all-over-the-place nature of his saga. So yeah, I have to mention here, David Corin Sweat has a very good physique. He's worked out very hard for Superman. I wish the costume would capture that, because he is not being done any favors by that.
If you look at in a lot of the clips, and we didn't.
All the costumes are too big. All the costumes are too fucking big. Look at that. The fucking. There's a clip of Mr. Terrific taking off the jacket, and
he's jacked.
Yeah, Edie's jacked. Looks great. Superman doesn't establish its scenario so much as it situates viewers in media res, and then asks them to hold on for dear life as it whiplashes about from one out-of-this-world locale and incident to another. That sounds a hell of a lot like Young Justice to me.
Oh, God.
And
which Young Justice? The comic or the show?
The show.
Oh, fuck that, man.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's Guy Gardner.
Well, Verve isn't in short supply. Substantiality is, oh boy, we're going back to the animated movies again.
I am not hating these costumes, honestly. They make it fit.
I don't dislike the idea of the costume. They're not fitted right. The designs are fine.
They got that shit on though, man. You gotta admit.
Guy Gardner, like you can see where his the part of it is folding.
He's got that jacket. He's got the red hair. Like you can barely tell it's a bowl cut from here.
Yeah, This isn't one of the fucked up looking wigs. They have a bunch of fucked up looking wigs, and while Verve isn't in short supply, Substantiality is. By not first building a foundation for its fantasy, the film feels as if it's operating in a comic book sandbox devoid of any literal or figurative gravity. That seems a lot like The Flash. That seems a lot like a bunch of them, actually.
Same people.
That continues to be the case as Superman finds himself at the mercy of Luthor and is compelled to partner with the Justice Gang as well as Metamorpho, a shape-shifting creature who he meets in an interdimensional prison that boasts an anti-proton river and who asks him to rescue his giant-headed infant son from Luthor's minions. Oh boy, Ben,
Metamorpho.
we read the fucking book together. That sounds a hell of a lot like something that was in that book.
Yeah.
Oh man, I know they're gonna screw up Metamorpho.
DC
not in terms of looks.
Like James Gunn, like
not in terms of looks.
No. They do. They don't understand how his powers work. We read the book and then compared it to the comics. Like the book describes something completely different than what the comics describe.
Human body.
How do they describe it? Because Metamorpho got his powers because of some like radioactive leak from a substance.
So the way Metamorpho's powers work in the comic, Metamorpho can actually. He can use the elements in his body to, like, the stuff that's in the human body can be morphed and changed in certain ways. Let me pull out Superman.
Like he can
step into reading.
Like he can turn it into gas. He can turn into different kinds of metals, wood, acid, everything. He could turn himself to kryptonite if he wanted to.
No, he can't actually. But yeah. So.
Well, no, but if he was able to, he could.
Well, according in this book here, actually, Metamorpho has the power to transform his body into any element, even some that can harm Superman. And Metamorpho is turning himself into kryptonite in the trailer. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I think the reason why he just never bothered turning into kryptonite is because he has so much respect for Superman.
Well, yeah, but it's also like the human body isn't strictly speaking radioactive, you know?
Sure, but comics, everything, every existing word is not
I would prefer it if they had some kind of rules. I'll just say
like Krypton is an actual word. Kryptonite.
Krypton, the gas, is not the same as Kryptonite, the element, and Kryptonite, the element, like Kryptonite as a substance, is in a different.
That's what DC does, though.
Well, I know that, but it bothered me in Young Justice when they used the atomic symbol for Krypton on Superboy's pod, as opposed to the atomic symbol for fucking Kryptonite, which would be on a completely different section of the fucking. I wrote it. Kevin,
there's no way they're going to screw up
Kevin, if you're still watching, I'm referencing that review that we haven't finished yet.
There's just no way they're going to screw up Metamorpho's character, because if he's going to appear in a brief period of time, there's no way they're going to screw it up that badly.
Oh, there's a will, there's a way. Just ask the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, Mongal. This continues as...
Oh, God, Mongal's going to be in here?
No, Mongal was in the Suicide Squad.
Okay, yeah, she looked horrible there.
Her character in that one.
She looks fine in the comics, like, not dummy mommy, but she looks fine.
DC Comics diehards may delight in Superman's endless geekiness, but everyone else is apt to feel adrift, or at least along for a frenetic, flimsy ride that only feigns interest in actual emotion. That sounds a lot like Guardians 3. Superman and Lois's relationship gets about as much attention as do sequences in which the Daily Planet reporter flies a spaceship.
It's not a spaceship. He flies Mr. Terrific ship.
Yeah, it's Mr. Yeah, this guy is getting some facts wrong, but this is as accurate as I'd expect a mainstream critic to be. And interjected in the middle of the chaos and madness, a trip back to Smallville to visit Ma Pa Kent is too sketchy to generate aw shucks pathos. Yeah. Unfortunately, the proceedings aren't better when it comes to humor, though Gunn continues to be adept at balancing multi-character concerns. His script, unlike Guardians of the Galaxy trilogies and the Suicide Squad, delivers scant amusing one-liners or gags, save for cute Crypto's habit of excitedly wrestling and licking Superman at the least opportune moments. You could make that work, but this movie hasn't done that so far as I can tell. With a chrome dome and a cocky sneer, Holt makes for a faithful Luthor. I'm congested right now. However, as with Brosnahan and Skylar Gisondo as Jimmy Olsen, who has a strikingly funny subplot involving Luthor's selfie-loving girlfriend, Eve. Yeah, so that is Tessmacher.
I need to read the leak.
Yeah.
Hang on.
His performance is overwhelmed by the material's endless sound and fury.
Alex,
I'm going to keep going until...
I'm going... No. I got it. I'm going to read this. So... Lex Luthor... Oh, hang on. So Lex Luthor has access to a pocket dimension where he traps people he hates, including all his ex-girlfriends. Lois and the Justice Gang discover Superman's location in the pocket dimension through Jimmy, who had been secretly sexing Luthor's girlfriend. She's obsessed with Superman, and her provocative photos unintentionally reveal confidential data.
And
it's real.
So Livewire.
It's real.
Okay, so two things.
That just sounds like Livewire to me.
Two things. That's Tessmacher's plot from Superman the movie, crossed with, like you were saying. But Ben, send me the corkboard image that you found.
The what image?
The one with the board.
Oh,
Lois
the
and
board.
Jimmy near the board.
Oh. I don't have hang on. I have to find it. Hang on.
How much you want to bet they're gonna do something they think is it's cute, like a reference, like someone playing Justice League Task Force in the background or some shit.
That would be funny. Zipping this way and that, Superman gets tangled up in fanciful nonsense that soon renders the entire affair superficial and silly. Similar to Snyder and Joss Whedon's misshapen Justice League, Gunn's Spectacular overpopulates itself with heroes and villains it has neither the time nor inclination to develop. Consequently, everyone and everything is two-dimensional, no matter that the director's imagery is sharp and vibrant. A little too vibrant, if you ask me, but, you know. John Williams' classic theme from Richard Donner's 1979 Superman is heard. It's 1978, but who's letting facts get in the way of things? In different forms throughout, yet it's incapable of lending the scattershot film the magic it needs. Biting off more than it can chew, Gunn's wannabe blockbuster eventually resorts to setting up future franchise installments via quick-hit appearances from Maxwell Lord and Supergirl. That's not mentioning by highlighting second banana figures like Mr. Terrific at the expense of fully establishing the altruistic heart of its protagonist, whose path through self-actualization is mostly an afterthought. Oh dear. Bender, you wanted to say something?
Oh, did I?
I heard you say something. I thought you were...
Oh, no. Yeah, I've heard of these leaks too, and so what's being pointed out here is it sounds like it really does sound and look like this is ultimately going to be how I was afraid the film was going to be, but I'm still wanting to give it the benefit of the doubt and just hope that maybe I'll appreciate it more than this reviewer is.
Oh yeah, that was my let's see here.
You know what's going to be a big surprise with all that's leaked, with all that's being talked about? It's going to be a surprise if it's any good.
So
like it's one thing if a movie
is
it's one thing if a movie is good to look at, like popcorn film, because you know how a lot of action films have like shit plots and shit writing, but it's still a joy to watch because of all the catchphrases, special effects, the kills, how creative it can be. I feel like if this is one of those, it will still be a surprise as it's any good, because they're cramming a ton of shit in here that makes Superman it's cramming so much shit in here that Spider-Man 3 is telling it to calm down.
Yeah, Amazing Spider-Man 2 is telling it to calm the fuck down. That's actually what this reminds me of, like when they say, hey, that stuff, quick hit appearances from Maxwell Lord. This reminds me of that. It reminds me of fucking Miss Marvel and Hawkeye 2, like all that cameo porn, as James Gunn likes to call it.
It's accurate.
Something that I have to bring the chat window back up, and then I have to pull that up. Okay, so
I'm still looking for the image, by the way.
Yeah, thanks. Something that I was not.
I found it.
Okay, cool. Let's pull that up. What? I was not when Batman v Superman was announced. I thought that was the biggest, dumbest mistake you could possibly make. Like that seemed like the worst possible thing. And I went into that film and was like, oh, I'm gonna have to, you know, pull together a fucking here's the thing.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. It has the confidential photos she has.
Yeah, so there's her, there's Tessmacher, and Lex, there's her.
Why is there a butt?
Why does she look like Felicity Smoke in some of these pictures?
I don't know.
That's a
know.
Yeah,
You
so
know the other thing that's like
also so there's
bikini.
There's her in a bikini with the Hammer of Baravia's helmet on.
Smash.
What the fuck? Oh god, wait. What are the chances that Ultraman was the Hammer guy?
Okay, Ultraman is the Hammer guy. I'd say that's possible. If it's her in the suit, it's really weird. Here's
what?
Okay, so here's whoever the fuck that is.
Is that a white Martian?
I think so.
Oh hell no.
Oh god, fucking damn it.
Okay, I'm only guessing the guy in the uniform is supposed to be Metallo in the future or some shit.
It's possible that's
Maybe.
Metallo. What if that's Sam Lane?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I will say I do like the
fuck?
photo of her and Lex.
Hey, hold up! I recognize that photo.
Yeah,
I recognize that.
I see it. I see it too.
They think they're cute.
What I miss?
Hang on. I don't want your stupid AI generated images, guys.
Wait, what?
It's this.
It's that. No, different art style though. It's a different art style. It's not that one.
It's
Jim Lee's art. Yeah. Yeah, I see that different background. It's got like a sunset going on.
Look up, it's the same pose.
Look
Let
up
me see.
Jim Lee's
Wait,
Superman.
I'm confused. What are we comparing it to? I don't see it.
Hang
Look
on.
up Jim Lee's Superman and put in sunset to be more specific. See if that helps.
Jim Lee's Superman.
There you go, right there.
This one,
right there.
here.
That one.
It's
Yep.
this one.
Okay, I know. Okay, where is that in the other image?
Right there.
See where my mouse
Right
pointer
there.
is?
You fuckers are not trying.
They think they're cute.
Oh, that pisses me off.
They're
That.
clever.
Oh, look, guys, reference. Look in the background. We hide stuff. Please watch our movie multiple times.
It's almost like someone.
Notice. Fuck you.
It's like someone took the writer who wrote that Deadpool episode in Ultimate Spider-Man.
You wanna know- hang on, you wanna
hang
know how
on,
I
guys,
feel right
guys.
now?
Okay, put aside Rachel Brosnahan's bountiful bosom and look to the left for a second. Is that a picture of Tyler Hoechlin? Because that looks like Hoechlin in the Fleischer suit.
I think you're right.
It does look like it.
Oh,
No, wait.
just noticed that.
I think
It's
that's.
not.
I think that's
a Fleischer suit. No.
No, that's clearly some kind of that's clearly supposed to be oh my god. That's clearly supposed to be David because looking at that suit closely, yeah, that's not Tyler. In fact, hold on. That looks like it's the same suit. Zoom in. Enhance.
I can zoom. I cannot enhance.
Wait a minute.
No, I know.
Closer.
So yeah, no. Yeah, that's that's just David.
Okay, because it must be the low resolution playing tricks on my eyes, but it
Yeah, no,
really
that's
reminded
just David.
me. The thing it really reminded me of was it's not this shot, but it reminded me of.
That's still a good suit.
It is. All of Hecklin's suits, aside from this one, were really good.
Here's something that just came to mind. I just thought of this. Did they make him put on the Christopher Reeve Superman suit? Because every Superman. Because I asked this because every Superman movie, they always fit the new Superman actor into the Christopher Reeve Superman costume, just to see if he actually does resemble Superman.
Yeah, yeah.
And Christopher Reeves is so ingrained in people's minds when it comes to Superman.
Yeah.
Now they're just putting them in the suit just to test them out, see if he actually can pull up being Superman. They did it with the guy in Superman Returns. They did it with
Cavill. They did it with Cavill. They did it with Ralph.
They did it with Ralph. Yeah, they did it with most of the guys after Christopher Reeves unfortunately either passed away or stopped acting for obvious reasons.
Right, yeah. You can see where I was coming from, though, when I say that this reminded me of that, right?
I really do like that flight suit, though.
The low resolution, but it's still,
I could see it, mate. I think there's like a hint of a black, but you can't really tell. I'm really not a fan of how Jimmy looks. Dude, just dye his hair red. It's supposed to be fire red, like Ron Weasley red. It's supposed to be
My name is Ron Weasley.
Alex, I'm dead ass serious. Like his hair's supposed to be like Ron Weasley fire crotch red.
Alex, can we continue with the thing, please?
Oh, we're almost done.
I'm not mad about the outfit, though. But I would have just been pandering.
We're so close. Can't even find the article anymore.
Where did the article go?
He's lost the article.
You know what I'm hoping? You know what I'm also expecting in this movie?
You fucked it up.
You know what I'm also expecting in this movie? Like when Superman gets thrown into a car and then you hear the radio just go into static, and then briefly, exactly.
I sent you a link, Alex.
It briefly plays that song for a minute until like he gets dragged out of the car.
Looking ahead rather than focusing on the here and now, this attempted reimagining DC's movie series ultimately proves to be more of the same old interconnected universe bedlam.
Yeah, did you read Zipping This Way and That?
Yes, is perilously close to going out of fashion. The post-terrible new Superman film, his final nail in superhero cinema's coffin, appeared first on the Daily Beast.
I want to point out two things from this. One, what was the first thing? Comparing it to Justice League is such a bad look. And it makes me wonder if this review leaked first to give it the first bad impression to people looking at the critic reviews. Because here's a major thing. Big trade reviews like this do not fucking leak by accident. They don't.
No, either somebody doesn't like this film or somebody fucked up the publishing deadline, and usually publishing deadlines only fuck up when a studio moves the embargo date. And if the embargo date... Well, hang on, Ben. If the embargo date moved, that means Warner Brothers doesn't have faith in this movie.
Hmm? Here's what I'm thinking, right? What I'm thinking is this. Because of today's events, where more stuff leaked out by publishers, someone is trying to sabotage this film. It could be Disney. It could very likely be Mike DeLuca and Pam Abbey, who are the heads of of the Warner Bros. Film division. For context, it is believed that James Gunn and Peter leaked stuff to the mainstream media to try and get them fired. Because remember those leaks earlier in the year that made them look really bad?
Yes.
Yes. It's believed that James Gunn and Peter leaked that info to the press to try and get them fired so Peter can take their positions and they can take over.
What's that, an Olmec drone?
Huh?
No, that was that was the Hammer Baravia.
Excuse me?
The Hammer of Baravia is an original character created by James Gunn.
Oh, fuck off.
And like all of James Gunn's original characters, he kind of sucks.
That thing looks like a goddamn peg on Battleship. What is that?
Where was I?
It looks like a peg. It looks like a damn Battleship peg grew legs and arms and decided to just draw a Sharpie on its head and make that's laser hole. What the hell is that? What is that Van Helsing crap right there?
Okay, so where was I? Hang on, pause. I want to continue my point so we can finish off
I was waiting for Van Helsing. Come on.
Hang on. So, my belief is that Mike and Pam are getting stuff leaked out on purpose to try and hurt Superman. Now, whether or not it escalates tomorrow and throughout the week, I cannot tell you. But if more stuff leaks constantly, and that critic score is below 50s, you'll know that there's shit being played against this movie. Now, do I feel bad? No, I think it's deserved. I think it's righteous karma for everything James Gunn did and all the projects he got canceled. Yeah, no, I think there's someone big trying to play their cards to tank this movie.
So my thing is, I'm gonna let you finish, but I gotta think.
You can't blame James Gunn completely on this, though. I feel like Warner Brothers had their hands on it. 98%.
100% agree. I'm not gonna disagree with that. I do believe Warner Brothers forced Gunn to rework a lot of this film and control.
Like they had their hands on it, like 98% of the film. Like
this is very much a Zack Snyder situation, almost to an uncanny degree.
Yeah,
that they want Gunn. They wanted Zack and they wanted Gunn to make Superman viable for the era that we are currently in, because they need Superman to be profitable in something other than TV. And if he can't be profitable in something other than television, then at this point they are not sure on what they should even continue to do with him for that. Now, I don't think this movie is going to necessarily be a victim of review bombing to the degree that, say, the Jurassic Park movie has been recently getting, because that also had review bombing, but people are still going to go see it anyway. I think that there are some people who are serious, but I do want to say one thing that's going to affect this movie potentially bombing. It's not Rotten Tomatoes. It's the fact that people just don't want a Superman movie because they've already been burned, and they don't want to take a risk on a new Superman. Especially
I don't think so. Like, I think people want a Superman movie. That's the thing. And I believe the problem here is that I believe it's not the fact people want a Superman movie. Like, there's no. Here's the thing, though. It's not the fact that they don't want a Superman movie. With every superhero fan out there, they want at least one movie of their favorite superhero. We've gotten a lot of Batmans. We've gotten only 2 Wonder Womans, and one of them sucked. We got a bunch of Supermans, but the problem is nothing has really been profitable after the 4th movie that was starring Christopher Reeves. And no matter how loved they are now, they were still failures. I think the problem is that when it comes to the audience and the fans, they just lost faith, and they're expecting the worst, because even if this movie says, let's say this movie makes, I don't know, half their budget back, it's not going to be enough to give people faith, because if it bombed hard, even if, say, this became a cult classic, they're not going to really look forward to the next Superman movie, no matter how much they like this one, because if they know it bombed with audiences and critics, they're really not going to look forward to the next movie. I feel like if they want their audience and the fans of Superman, casual and hardcore, to want to see a Superman movie, they have got to stop having anybody at top in terms of like guys who work at Warner Brothers to stop interfering with every fucking Superman project out there, because we've got a lot of canceled Superman movies, a lot of canceled Superman games, and canceled Superman TV shows, both animated and live action. And I feel like it's not only this makes people feel like Warner Brothers has either no faith in Superman, or they just don't care or like Superman anymore.
So
I feel like it's more.
I want to bring something up here.
I don't feel like they don't hate Superman. But it sort of looks that way. I feel like because they cannot. I feel like because they just can't look for that other Christopher Reeve anymore. Because there's just one Christopher Reeve. They just don't have faith in the property, and that's why they keep interfering. They just got to stop interfering with every Superman project out there and just have faith that any of these guys, whether it be big star or just starting out, will have and make and release at least, if not a fantastic Superman movie, at least a decent Superman movie. They've got to stop interfering with every Superman movie that is in the works. Otherwise, they're canceling them left and right, and it's to the point where they're going to go to Batman movies, and then they're going to go to more TV shows. It's going to be to the point where Warner Brothers might as well just sell the damn company.
Oh yeah, again. So Gizmo,
because that's what they're planning to do.
Ben,
yeah,
they're idiots.
I understand.
They're run by
that's
idiots.
What they're planning.
They're out of touch.
We've established that. So I'm going to quote something that Jim Sterling said a long time ago, back before Jim Sterling lost his mind as well. Jim Sterling once said that, he was talking about video game developers. I'm talking about movie executives in this case, but he said that they want to make all of the money, and if they can't have all of the money, they'd rather have none of the money, except for the fact that some of the money is more than no money.
Right.
So rather than creating a film that appeals to a specific demographic that is reasonably budgeted, that they expect will make its money back enough for them to be able to make 2 more, they want to make a movie that will make all of the money. They want the Avengers. They want Iron Man. They want Spider-Man. They want to recreate The Dark Knight. They want Endgame. They want to have all of the money. They want to shatter those box office records. And they think
but they don't have to
change. They think that they think that they have to. They think that that if they change enough about any given project, that they'll make Avengers money. They don't need to make Avengers money. They just have to make a film that is reasonably budgeted that makes fucking money. All you got to do is make some fucking money. And the stuff that we see in this, like changing the color grading, changing Corrin Sweat blinking, changing the fucking shot of him flying around in the Arctic, all of that
only to make it look worse.
It looked the same to me. James Gunn said that he hated the shot that was in the first trailer, and then he changed it to a practically identical one. I thought it looked the same, and then he changed like CGI David's eyes so that to correct his lazy eye. You know, like
he has a lazy eye.
Yes, he has. It was one of the mean. It was one of the most mean things on.
Yeah, it's barely noticeable. You can only kind of tell. And in case anybody was wondering, I was turning over to look at myself in the mirror because I have a slight lazy eye that I wear glasses for.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, they CGI'd over his lazy eye in that. One, the fact that it made it to trailer without you noticing that was a problem, that's an issue. And two, the fact that you changed it rather than leaving it in tells people that you don't really have a whole lot of faith in your product. Granted, I appreciate improvements in regards to trailer feedback, but this seems like they're just making the movie as they go along, you know? And I know that's typically not how movies are made, but I've been on movie sets where movies are made like that. They're run by fucking crazy people. And I think James Gunn might be a certain shade of crazy. He's got enough crazy in him. He comes from the trauma background, which is some of the stuff that I've been involved with, kind of similar at least.
Involved in trauma films?
No, not. I said similar.
Oh,
like the same kind of like micro budget.
Yeah.
If I was in a trauma film, I would never shut up about it.
I do want to make hang on. I wanted to make a point and then go back to one of the final points I was making. People do want a new Superman.
Hang on. Before I got off. I know I got off track, but here's the thing. Just like Justice League, all these changes between one trailer to the next, to the next, to the next, it just causes people to lose faith in the product, and it means that they're not... if they can't expect to find what's in the trailers in the movie, people stop trusting me. People stop trusting you, and that's one of the things that happens with the Marvel films. People just stopped watching Marvel trailers after a while, except as like, oh yeah, that's coming out kind of things, because they can't trust what's in them to actually be in the film, because at some point it becomes false advertising. Continue. Sorry.
All right. So people do want a new Superman movie. They do. It's just two issues. One, the audience had the rug pulled from them too many times when it comes to, Henry Cavill, Superman, Lois, so on and so forth. It's becoming an issue. But it's also the fact that they don't want an MCU Superman. Because the audience is so tired of that formula that's been used by so many bad movies back to back to back to back to back to back to back, that to a point where New Avengers bombed because of it. I do believe Superman's going to suffer from that, because we were going to hear about how MCU it is, and they're going to get very alienated by it. And again, I don't think this, as much as I shit on James Gunn for this movie, I don't even think it's going to fully be his fault, because Warner Brothers took a lot of control away near the end of it. And again, like, who knows?
Well,
like,
Warner
maybe
Brothers tried to push this film on him back in 2019.
Oh yeah, they tried to put. According to Gunn, they tried to make him make a Batman movie, which I think Gunn is lying, but it's hard to say.
I could believe it.
It's yeah.
If it wasn't coming from James Gunn after all the other untruths he's said, I could believe it. I can believe that they want him to
Batman
do
movie would he be making in the first place?
Brave and the Bold. Probably Brave and the Bold.
You think?
Yeah. I
Wouldn't
bet.
doubt it. I will. Who knows? Maybe he'll still direct that.
Maybe
anyway,
someone will finally give freaking
one thing. Okay, so
Batgirl some love. Cassandra Cain.
Second and final point. The article confirmed Supergirl is in the movie.
Yeah.
That's from the leak, and I'm going to read what the leak says.
Wait, which one?
What do you mean? Which one?
The one about
there's one.
There's one
like
big super leak.
Yeah,
because there's like multiple versions of Supergirl at this point.
It's
Zor-El.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna forward it to you. There's a few edits that you'll like screenshot the film.
All right, let's wrap it up.
Hang on,
Yeah.
hang on. I'm sending it to him right now. Okay, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna
I
read
really
it now.
don't want
All right.
Hang on.
Okay, all right.
Now go ahead.
Superman returns to the Fortress of Solitude, where a drunk sorority version of Supergirl appears. Damn notification, go away. To reclaim Crypto, who is Crypto is her dog. She had asked Superman to watch him for the week. Superman sits back, asks to see his family again, but instead of Jor-El, it's his human family. Again, the human way kind of thing. But there's one point I wanted to make earlier that I forgot to make, and I'll make it as fast as possible. You know how James Gunn canceled so many of those Superman projects, including Superman Lois and Smallville?
Mm-hmm.
You know what would have been smart? To not only keep those going to help build up the Superman brand, but have a crossover between Superman and Lois and Smallville.
Well,
and
now
end
you
it with
see, that would have been a good idea.
Cameo from David helping the other two Supermen, and using that to hype up David as the upcoming Superman. Don't have him undercut the other two Supermen. Have the two Supermen fighting the big baddie, and David comes to help. Have that be the big fight. It would be a big moment for David, because that's a really cool cameo to do. And that would be a huge
set up a Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Yeah, and call the event like Crisis on Two Earths. Have it with Smallville, and have like both those Supermen there, and have like the big reveal at the end. Have David help them fight the big evil bad guy.
That's not a bad idea.
As much as I would like to have a Crisis of Infinite Earths movie, we already screwed up with the animated film with three parts already.
I
really don't want Hollywood to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Here's the thing. I wasn't talking about that. I'm just saying that you could have used Superman and Lois and Smallville have a crossover event, which makes sense because it's a classic CW show meeting
they're similar.
different Superman CW show. It makes
Mm-hmm.
perfect sense. You could use that to
And
introduce
the only
audience.
thing you'd be contradicting at that point would be a terrible crossover that everybody hates.
Yeah,
Ken was in a Smallville episode though.
Yeah.
but that if I
but
was
yeah, we
James
do.
Gunn, I would use, if Smallville's good and has momentum, and Superman and Lois was able to keep momentum, I would do this event before the movie comes out, end it in May or April, get David hyped up, and again, that would get people interested. That would
So,
get
Ben,
people talking like, holy shit, that was really cool.
Ben, I have to mention something here. What you're describing is the way Superhero Time does it over in Japan. So stuff like Super Sentai Kamen Rider, the next season's heroes will show up in crossovers to help out the current heroes as sort of a way of setting them up. It's like, hey, these guys are here. They're gonna be doing cool shit, and then
That would be really. That's really
it's
cool.
great
Like,
marketing. It's perfect.
Yeah,
But they don't.
it's perfect marketing. James Gunn should have taken stuff from that, and I mean,
Yeah.
there's so much you could have done differently with the DCU marketing.
So many ways it could have been fun.
And there's James Gunn, like, the biggest issue is one of the issues is James Gunn can't keep his mouth shut, especially with the Indian comment, which
Oh,
rightfully landed him huge back. I'm gonna give context real quick, and then we can kind of
Yeah.
wrap it off. He was in an interview, and he was talking about, he seemed frustrated. He was talking about internet trolls, and he briefly mentioned 11-year-old Indian kid. That is, for context, it's a bit worse than context. Guess who has a big following in India?
Zack Snyder.
Yes.
Justice
James
League.
Gunn
Justice League was
fan.
one of the biggest movies in India when it released. We're talking
Yes,
about the
but
proper
James-
version, not Joss Whedon's version.
This is very well documented, but James Gunn's fans are incredibly racist towards Indians, sidelining any
It's
they
very
see
odd.
as Snyder cultists, and other pretty bad slurs and other stuff they like to say. And James Gunn, during the interview, basically endorsed that.
Yeah,
I don't know
was
if we're
very
on the
odd. Yeah, no,
What?
I was just saying that was very odd. It seems like something that you would learn not to say, because, like, I say stupid, hilarious, over-the-top bullshit all the time on this show. But I'm doing it.
And James,
I'm doing it
the worst
to
part-
friends and to an audience who knows what I'm about, and an
worst part is that
audience who, yeah.
Yeah. The worst part is that James Gunn would know the context to this because he is as
Right.
terminally online as
Well,
we are.
he's-
So he's very
well, he's
much
also-
aware of that issue and is fully endorsing it. So one day later, in another interview, he is forced to damage the control and say, I would love to make a movie in India. I would love to work with the people there. My movies are inspired by their Bollywood movies. I'm probably saying that word wrong.
I don't believe you that Bollywood films have
he
better
is.
plots.
No, seriously, like, it was...
And I can actually agree, considering I watch them.
Yeah, yeah.
It was sheer desperation from Gunn. It's like it's like WB came to him and said, "Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?" And if I was Warner Brothers, I would be just as pissed because you don't say that. You don't say
India
that.
is-
especially with the context.
India is a massive market, especially for, like, big, colorful,
Yeah.
wacky, over-the-top shit.
Oh,
And
yes.
And the mainstream media, especially in India, was reporting this story, so that might have actually cost this movie money to a degree.
Yeah. Well, I guess we should be wrapping this up for the night.
Yeah, how do we end this? Well, that's a good way of ending this.
Superman, I hope
I
this
don't-
film turns out good.
I do too. That's all
I
can
do
hope
too.
for.
I think despite all the shit we have said, we do want a good Superman movie.
Always.
We want
I
a good
never,
Superman movie.
Here's the
never
thing,
want
it's
to go.
just that this earned the scrutiny that it's asked for because
Yes.
it keeps advertising itself as this big savior of Superman, of DC, of everything. It just
That needs to stop.
it's earned,
Mhm.
yeah. It's earned all the scrutiny for us. In reality, we love DC. Like if you've watched it all the way through, you can tell we're very passionate about the character. We love Superman. We love the mythos, Lex Luthor, the Justice League, Justice Gang, and so on and so forth. We just
Theo
want the
Connell.
brand to be, We just want the brand to be respected and ran by the right people. To me,
Right.
I don't think that's happening. I don't think it's being ran by the right people, but I love to be proven wrong. I am seeing it on the 8th, and me and Alex will do a quick recording after I see it from theaters.
We will.
Just give my
Yes, we are going to attempt to do that. We may not have a whole lot of time, but we are going to try and keep it as short as possible.
It's not going to be a live stream. It's just going to be a recording.
Yeah.
But
now I'll say this. I've only ever gone into, I'm thinking, 3 films. I've only ever gone into 3 films expecting to hate them, and all 3 times I came out feeling more positive than I way more positive than I expected to. The first was the Total Recall remake starring Colin Farrell.
Really?
Dude.
The Total Recall remake.
Yeah, I went into that thinking that it was going to suck. And it's like it's not as good as the Arnold film, but it's still pretty good. Like it's less over the top than the Schwarzenegger movie was.
Less memorable.
Oh yeah, no, obviously, but you know. And then there was The Amazing Spider-Man. Grew up with Tobey Maguire.
Sure.
Was expecting it to completely suck, and I was like, oh my god, this Andrew Garfield guy is really good as Spider-Man.
Too bad he only had 2 movies.
Yeah, and then he got a shit movie as his second film, and then he got.
And then they
rebooted.
fired him because he caught the flu and didn't show up to the announcement of his first film.
And then Batman v Superman. And Batman v Superman had me turn completely around on Captain America Civil War. And then Civil War came out and it was absolute dog shit. But, you know.
Keep in mind, Civil War, the comic book...
BVS was going to be terrible. Most people don't know that.
And keep in mind, people said that the Civil War comic book was better than the movie, and they hate the comic
Bullshit. Cosmonaut Variety Hour is full of shit when he says that. And everybody else is, too.
Yeah.
I'd rather read Civil War than watch Civil War, let's just say that.
I would rather do neither. So, Bender, any final thoughts before we head out and do our little promotionary stuff?
It's midnight.
I'm just hoping this movie is good. I really can't stress that enough. No other promotions at this time.
All right.
Hey, Jedi, hang on. Before you, one more thing.
Try to relax your anus.
Gizmo, promote your channel. Go subscribe to Gizmo Hibiki on YouTube and Saber Comics on YouTube for our. You guys know, for our friends' future productions. You know where to find Ben and myself. We're always here, forever and always. I'm always here.
Let us hope that the Truth, Justice, and the American Way coming back to cinemas is a good thing.
Gizmo, it's the human way. You have to be
fuck off.
There's nothing funny about Truth, Justice, and the American Way.
Blow me with